Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Kenshi, Mad Lads Live, the new Nugget Mafia. Been a while since we played with the Nuggets. Been a while. Been a little while. We spent a little bit of time really trying to hone in and get the dwarves done. Now that the dwarves series is done, which still doesn't feel real given how long that it was going. Now that the dwarf series is done, I'm going to put some extra attention on the Nuggets because as soon as the Nuggets are done, I'm going to be diving into Project Cthulhu finally. I've never done it before. It'll be a blank slate, brand new playthrough, and I'm going to be doing some stuff with the Project Cthulhu that I didn't do, that I probably should have done with the Nugget Mafia, which is that I'm actually going to, while I'm streaming, simultaneously record it, and then I'm going to break it up into smaller segments to post on the channel as a let's play as well, so people who don't catch the stream can get caught up on the events of it without necessarily having to watch the entire VOD. Because when I added up the dwarf series, I think it came out to like almost 100 hours. That's a lot to ask of anybody. So, it would be cool for me, for them to watch the VODs. In terms of ad revenue, it's unfair of me to ask people to watch 100 hours worth of content just to be caught up on what's going on. So with the next live stream series that I do, which will be the Project Cthulhu one, I'm going to record it and cut it down and post it as long form content as well. So we'll be doing that. We'll be doing that for the next one, but we're gonna put them added extra focus on the Nuggets to make them get this through. We're episode 9 right now. I don't think we're gonna be too much longer. Probably another 5, 6, 7 episodes. Once we start really moving in terms of like producing money and stuff from our stores, things are gonna move very, very quickly. We just need to get to the point where we're able to produce. So that's the primary objective right now, is getting that done. Okay, yeah. So when we last left off, I actually this is something that happened as a result of the import. So I had a bunch more soldier bots that I was going to recruit because of the air bots. I mean, that I was going to recruit because they had followed me in here from, all the way from the Black Desert when we were doing some runs over there. And my plan was that I was going to recruit them before this episode, but I got so busy with the dwarves and going through all of the auditions for the anthology series. I've gotten like I think 30 requests so far for voices, for people auditioning for parts. So I ended up getting a little distracted, forgot to do it, loaded in this time, and the air bots that were following me were gone. So I'm going to assume it's because of the import, but it's really not that big of a deal. We did get a good number of them, so we're all good on that regard. It's fine. It's fine. Hey Red, how are you? Did you like did you like the finale? Did you see the end screenshot that I posted there? It's the only two dwarves to have survived from the original dwarven military, King Vishu and his trusty general, Red. Okay, so we need to get wheat straw for sure. Lurking mainly, but hope the run is going well. Frankie, the run is going quite well. We're about to get hydroponics set up so we can switch from chew sticks, which are barely keeping our guys fed with the full amount of production that we're doing. We're switching from chew sticks to dust witches, so that'll allow us to build up a surplus, and then we can start producing food, like excess food that we can go and sell. So we're making progress. We are making progress. Hey man, you inspired me to pick up Kenshi again. Great lore videos. Listen, dude, I'm super happy to hear that. I'm super happy to hear that. I think one of my two favorite things that people tell me is that I got them to pick up Kenshi again, or that I got them to buy Kenshi. I get a lot of comments being like, I have no idea what this game is, but I'm for it, and I love that. I love that. So I appreciate it. That's cool. Hey man, a few years ago, I remember you saying that Kenshi 2 would probably come out in 2026, I think. Do you still think that's the case? At the time, I estimated it based on the fact that, I said 2026. At the time, I had estimated it because they had put out, an ad for a couple of localizers for Kenshi 2. That was before the switch to Unreal 5. And they had to basically rebuild the game from the ground up. They had put out some ads for localizers, and knowing what I know about AAA development, usually localization happens after much of the framework has already been set up. So At the time, estimated 2026. I estimated Q4 of 2026. I think at that point it would be Hopium. Given what we know now, I think it's Hopium. Uh, I don't think it's going to happen. I think what's more likely, I think the earliest we're going to see it is late next year in 2027. I don't think we're going to get it this year, unfortunately. But we should get more news on the upside. We should get some kind of news between March and May. They usually drop something between March and May every year. So hopefully that's still the case. Cosmic the goated Yak. There he is, my friend. Thank you. How do y'all, Hero? Good to see you. Hope all are well. All is fine, my friend. All is fine. I appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. Much appreciated, comrade. Much appreciated. All right, so we need wheat straw. That's what we need. So we're gonna send the repo men out to go get some. We need wheat straw, and we also need the extra stuff. Ouch. Thanks, man. Have a nice night. You too. You too. Thanks for stopping in. Thank you for stopping in. All right, so we're gonna send you and Burn because they are the repo men, and we're gonna send the two of them out to go, get some stuff to sell. The base I mean, we're pretty self-sufficient at this point. I hope you won and enjoyed the cooking challenge. I did not win. My buddy pulled out some crazy shit. So let me tell you. Hold on. We need to pause for a minute. Let me tell you what the fucking ingredients for this were. So my wife and his wife picked the ingredients, and they always pick some of the wildest stuff, right? Off the wall stuff. And this time, the key ingredients we had to work with were chicken. It was supposed to be turkey, but unfortunately, like ground turkey, but unfortunately, it was chicken, and it was frozen chicken because they forgot to grab the turkey when they came over. So we had to use frozen chicken from my freezer instead. So we had frozen chicken. Entenmann's pre-made apple, like individual apple pies, like the fucking like the fruit pies, right? Like the pre-bought ones that are like in the weird like glazed containers. And what was it? It was in a French baguette. Those were the three ingredients that we had to use. And I ended up making and sweet potatoes. Sorry, four ingredients and sweet potatoes. I ended up making a sweet potato casserole with the Entenmann's, basically ground up and turned into like an apple pie crumble top. I mashed up sweet potatoes, threw it in the bottom, threw the crumble top up there, and then threw some apple slices and some cinnamon and some butter on there, and made like a sweet potato casserole with like an apple pie, basically like an apple crumble out of the sweet potatoes. It's really good. And then I made what was it? It was homemade lemon pepper chicken sandwiches. And so that was pretty cool. This motherfucker took those Entenmann's, cut them like straight so they were like little bowls, and then put mashed sweet potatoes with soy sauce, flakes of carrot that had been bathing in soy sauce and ginger and garlic, and made pulled chicken, and threw it on there and made what was effectively like American Japanese food using a fucking Entenmann's crust that he threw in an air fryer. And it was brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He kicked my ass about it, but it was really good. He beat my ass this time. It's cool though, because I won last time, so we're currently 1-1 in terms of the chop challenge. But yeah, no, he beat my ass this time. There was no contest. He totally won. He totally beat me this time. Hit me with some Catlon lore. What kind of Catlon lore do you want? Ask me a question and you shall receive. Ask and you shall receive. Little Top Chef break. That's what we do. That's what we do. If there's one thing I love just as much as lore, it's talking about cooking. Talking about them foods. You know what we should do? We have a caravan headed here. Is there anybody else headed towards us? Just a traders van? Traders Guild? Are they a They're not the tax man. It'd say tax man. Yeah, Cosmic already being goated. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Here's what we're gonna do. We're going to send all of our thugs, or not all of our thugs, but we're going to put some of our thugs. Who's the strongest amongst us? Who amongst us? You. We're going to send Kenshi out here. We're going to send you. Send you. Fine. Infinite Wingwang's there with his crossbow. Actually, we'll send Wing Wang. Will the Holy Nation mess with me if I set up in the northern coast? It depends how far north you set up and where on the northern coast. Like, are you talking about if you set up like here? No, 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 no. You'll have to deal with cannibal raids, but you should be fine here. Holy Nation Prayer Day pretty much is exclusively like in the World's End Mountains, but not even the full. It basically just like the rebirth portion of it. Up through here, up in this area, and then all throughout Holy Nation territory. But like it's basically this like weird web. It goes in like yeah, it's all up through there. But up here, no, you'll have to deal with cannibals. That's gonna be your main issue. That's gonna be your main issue. Is the cannibals. All right. Is there anybody else that wants to send with us? I don't think so. I think that's a good number of people. We're going to send all of them over here, and I think we're going to go try and take on the... Oh, well, you know what we're going to do, actually? Where is Don? He's got a decent amount of stuff. All right, who's not doing anything? You. Okay, so all of you except you, and you are going to come out here. All of you get out here. Prayer Day. When you say Prayer Day question mark, are you asking if like what I mean, or are you asking like if Prayer Day will affect it? Prayer Day won't affect it. If you're asking what I mean, then that's when they show up and they ask you to pray with them. The Holy Nation does that. They do that. The cannibals, and believe me, they can nibble. They can. It's ironic how fertile the cannibal lands are for farming. I think that's part of the issue, is that they're so damn fertile, which is why during the Second Empire they were probably growing a lot of food up there. And the long-term side effect of growing all that delicious food is that they all turned into fucking cannibals because they were eating metal-tainted food. That's the issue. That's why things didn't go very well for them. That's the problem. All right, so we're gonna send these guys over here. Also, for anybody that's in the chat, if you guys are using my mod collection from the from Steam Workshop, I recommend going to check it out again. I have not updated it in terms of mods, but I did post the most optimal load order for the loadout, like for the collection on there. You want to update your mod.cfg to reflect that loadout. I posted it in the description, so when you go to the collection page, you'll go there. You'll see significant performance increase across the board, way less crashing. Yeah, do go check it out. It's the smart thing to do. We're gonna not mess with them. All right, so I'm gonna come and try to take on the Oni. I think we could probably take them down. I'm not too concerned about them. These guys are wounded, but they are alive, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. I'm going to take out the Oni. I want to turn in the bounty on the Oni. And Wing Wang, we're going to have you pop over here. And just start firing. Just start firing away. Do you have... Oh, you don't have ammunition. Never mind. No one's firing nothing. Beat his ass. Don, kick his ass. Literally. Keep on kicking his ass. Nice. Nice. All right, so we're going to head in here. Who are you? Honestly, if I can get the Oni out of here soon, that'd be fire. Here's one. Is the stated reason nobody invades the swamp? Is there a stated reason nobody invades the swamp? I can't see it. I can see it not being worth it for the Holy Nation to use City in the Shek, but the UC and the Shek can really use it fertile lands. So there's a couple problems with invading the swamp. One is it's incredibly hospitable terrain. Really hospitable. There's a lot of deadly situation. This whole situation is really deadly in there. When you look at it from in terms of fauna, it's really hard to navigate. It is effectively like the Amazon rainforest. Like you can get through it, but it's incredibly difficult to navigate. There's all types of beasties in there in the form of like blood spiders and all of that. Tons of raider gangs hang out in there. And the other thing is that the swamps, by and large, is controlled by several like mob style families. Like the swamp is really, especially Shark, is really modeled after the families from Fallout New Vegas that are controlling the New Vegas Strip. So there's also that aspect of it. Um, I've always got the impression that the swamp region is kind of modeled, like its infrastructure is set up similar to that of New Vegas, like the New Vegas Strip, as I said before, with the mob families. But the entirety of the swamp is really reminiscent to uh, like the Louisiana Bayou during like the Industrial Revolution, where it was just like a lot of bootleggers and moonshiners and like all that stuff. It's kind of lawless down there. And the other thing is that the United Cities it tends to reuse a lot of the infrastructure that's left over from the Second Empire. They don't do as they build stuff, but they don't build as many new settlements. Instead, they occupy old like the cities that were once part of the Second Empire. And there wasn't any of that during in the like the swamp was inaccessible to them at the time. So by the time that the swamp became like drained enough to where people could go live there, the United Cities was largely set up. Um, so there's that. In addition to that, the Shek aren't gonna go down there because yeah, the land's fertile, but the Shek don't care about farming. That's not their thing. The Shek are a raiding culture. They care about raiding. They care about finding strong opponents to fight. They're not going to look for fertile lands. That's why they're posted up in what is effectively either a ruined like mega city or a dumping ground, right? Because again, when you look at the textures on maximum texture quality, um, the entirety of the Sten Desert it's not like chunks of rock and stuff. It's rebar and concrete. This entire place was effectively like it was either a giant city that was completely leveled or it was a dumping ground. Both are possible. We don't know. I can't even begin to speculate. But like it almost looks like it was a junkyard. It's all concrete and rebar. Most of the mountains are made out of concrete and rebar. Just chunks of it broken off. So like they clearly don't give a shit about where they're basing in terms of fertility, because they base in one of the least fertile areas of any kind in one of the least fertile areas on Kenshi. And it's because they're a raiding culture. They don't operate on the pretense of growing food. They operate on the pretense of taking food. They do tribute and they take. So if they went down to the swamps, which I don't think they ever would. There's no point to. They wouldn't be interested in setting up shop there. They'd be interested in effectively taking down the families that run the swamp, that run Shark, and forcing them to pay tribute to them. That's it. But even then, it becomes a pain in the ass for them to go collect the tribute to bring back to their stores in the Sten Desert, because again, the swamp is incredibly difficult to maneuver through. It's just not worth it. The swamp is just an area that is frankly not worth the hassle that it would take to try and dominate it. It's just not worth it. It's just not worth it. It's like the Black Desert City. Like, we as players can go there, and we go there quite frequently, and it's pretty easy for us to do so because hello, who is that? Is that the Mercenary Guild? Mercenaries are over by the ninjas. Why is that? It's easy for us to, go over there and deal with the Black Desert City because, it's a game and we have to be able to traverse it. But in lore, no one's going in there. No one's been in there for, a couple of tech hunters, maybe every so often go in there. But by and large, the Black Desert City has been abandoned by, like, no humans or Shek or anybody other than skeletons have set foot there for the most part in upwards of 1,000 years. Some of the skeletons there talk about how they haven't seen a human in centuries. And it's because it's an incredibly hospitable area in lore, and it's not worth traveling. It's worth it from a gameplay perspective, but in lore, no. Now, from compared to the swamp, it's obviously worse than going to the swamp. But my point is just that, like, it's an area that's really not worth the hassle it would take to even get into, to even deal with. It's a bad place to be. It's a bad place to be. Bad place. No one wants to deal with that shit. All right, so we are going to actually heal up some of these guys, and we're going to take them in for bounties. That's the goal on that. What are we fighting? Was that a skimmer? Yeah, so it looks like the Mercenary Guilds actually took out some of these. Also, the Powerful Gang Alliance prevents most anyone from entering, and anyone who tries to invade will need to fight 40 gang families. I mean, yeah, pretty much. Like, 40 is a bit of an exaggeration, but I see your point. Like it's not it's really just not worth it. Like it really comes down to it that it's not worth it. You might as well let the bumpkins keep on bumpkining. Like there's no point in messing with them because they are quite frankly just like they have a home field advantage. They have great numbers. It's like this is probably a terrible comparison, but I'm gonna make it anyway. It'd be the equivalent of like when the U.S. went into Vietnam. Like we had better tech, we had better combat training. What we lacked in, like what the U.S. lacked in, was an understanding of the terrain, an understanding of the enemy, and an understanding of how to use proper guerrilla tactics. Like we went in there not knowing how to traverse a jungle, not knowing how to deal with someone on their home soil that was a vastly different terrain. Like the U.S. got absolutely trounced in Vietnam because they just were unprepared for the landscape, and the same thing would happen to anybody that tried to invade the swamp, especially against the mob families, because they have a home field advantage. Like, and obviously there was other things to contribute to the Vietnam thing, but that's just my general example is that like there's really no good way that would turn out for anybody involved. It wouldn't go well. There, judging by how the games interact, they probably would band together against invasion. Pretty much. They would almost certainly band together. Is the Oni dead? Did the Oni die? Did the Oni die off screen? I didn't fucking kill him. Did the Oni die? Or at least... Well, I mean, even if they did, I need to at least get, like, a couple of... I want to at least get, A, the mites out that they have, and B, I want to get... I want to get the reward, the bounty. Where's the Oni at? What are you doing? Where's the Oni? I'm gonna glitch out. Where the fuck's the Oni? Ridiculous. All right, Burn, get over here and heal this guy up. Pick him up. Yeah, this is ridiculous. Where the hell's the Oni at? I'm so mad. Oni just went up and vanished. It looks like the mercenaries took him out, and I don't. This is really inconvenient for me. Oi! Don't you oi me. Don't you oi me. Take that bread. Beat up the sand ninja. They take that fish. Got caught stealing from who? The only guy that's in here is knocked out. What do you mean? What do you mean? Alright. We need to get some wheat straw, but I also need money, so that's why I'm kind of floating right now, trying to go get some cash. Trying to get some cash. So I was gonna come here, get the bounty for the Sand Ninja Oni, and then go get some money. But unfortunately, the Oni appears to either be dead or not home right now, which is annoying for two reasons. One, I wanted the Mites Out weapon that they carry on them, but also, I wanted the bounty. Like, what am I supposed to do? The bounty's not there. It's annoying. It's annoying. I'm annoyed. I'm frustrated. It's fine. I have other things to steal. Some food out of them at least. We can get some food out of them at least. Oh shit, that's pretty cool. Take that for sure. 6%, nice. Get that lock picking up. Don Tony McChicken knows how to pick his way out of any lock, or at least he will by the time we're done. By the time we're done, he will. Have Burn come up and grab a few things too. What? No, come on. Come on. What do you mean got caught stealing? It's probably the guy on our shoulder, if I had to guess. Nice. Do we have anything up here? It would appear not. It would appear not. Okay, so for those of you who are also in the chat, be excited tomorrow at 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. Pedastrophe and I are doing the first episode of our Kenshi podcast, Tengu's Vault. Very, very excited. We've been working on this for a couple weeks now, trying to get everything all set up and ready and prepped and whatnot. And we are finally ready to engage in the podcasting. So we're doing that tomorrow. We're doing that tomorrow, 2:30 Eastern Standard Time. Very excited. Yeah. Gonna be a good time. Gonna be a good time. It's gonna be me and Pato, and we're gonna be shooting the shit, having a good time, and hanging out with chat, talking about Kenshi, talking about our experiences with Kenshi, Kenshi 2 speculation, all that good stuff, all that good stuff, all that stuff that really feeds the dopamine. Gives us that sweet succulent dopamine drip. So we're gonna be talking about a lot of good Kenshi stuff. I do hope that you guys will pop in and join us. Pop in and join us. The first episode is going to be hosted on my channel. And then after, Beep is with us always. Beep is with us always. The first episode is going to be hosted on my channel, and then after that, we are going to be posting it on a dedicated channel for the podcast. So just stay tuned, stick around for that. But yeah, the first episode is going to be on my channel. So, and then next week we should start posting on the other channel, which is Tengu's Vault Podcast. It's kind of a pain to find right now because it's only got 9 subs, and like there's because Tengu is like an actual thing. Tengu's Vault isn't, but because Tengu is an actual thing. It's proving to be difficult to find in the earlier days, but I think once we start to get the subs up and get an audience and whatnot, it'll go a little bit faster. But right now, we're kind of up in the air. I really have no fucking idea where the Oni went, and I'm a little frustrated about it because again, I wanted that bounty and I wanted that Maitao weapon. I don't know if maybe I'm just missing the corpse somewhere. I keep going around and checking to see if maybe I'm missing the corpse somewhere, but I really don't think I did, which is annoying. It is frustrating. But I guess it is what it is. It's not the end of the world. I mean, the other upside to getting rid of them, regardless of whether or not I did it or somebody else did it, is that it will, prevent more sand ninjas from spawning and attacking us, so we can make our base a little bit safer. We also have to go take out the Blood Reavers too, so that's something I should probably also work on. So I guess it's not all downsides, but it's a little frustrating. Fine. Fine, it's fine. I am worried about it. I'm not worried about it. Totally not worried about it. You guys just showed up? I thought you guys had been here this whole time. I could have swore that you guys had been here the whole time. Fine. Don, go speak to the man. Oh man, it's looking like it might be a lighter night in terms of the stream. We've had a pretty good turnout recently, and I wouldn't be shocked if we had a bit of a lighter evening, though. Recently, we've been averaging 200 plus, 200 to 220 people per stream. So, but I think it might have been in part because of the snowstorm, to be honest with you. But, a boy can dream. I was hoping that maybe that would be the new norm. Who knows? Maybe it will be. Sometimes I don't get a full pop off until like an hour and a half in, and then all of a sudden there's 200, 150, 200 people here. So. We'll see what happens, but yeah, where we're at. All right, get back in here. We're gonna have Don and Burn go do stuff now. Go sell stuff, get money, go get wheat straw. You two are gonna head off to Stout because that is our favorite place, and also we're gonna have to start building there soon because we have a shop there, and we're gonna build there, and we're gonna make tons of money. It's gonna be fucking awesome. It's gonna be a great time. We're gonna make tons of money. We also got to turn in these 2 bounties. What do you say? Our move. Who are you? Raiders Guild? Yeah, I don't. They almost never have money on them. It's almost never worth my time. The caravans. The only ones that are worth the time usually are Western Hive caravans because it's easy to get loot off of them, and Animal Traders. What's this playthrough about? So I'm taking a group of people, okay, led by the illustrious Don Tony McChicken here, and I'm creating a mob. I'm creating a mafia. And the goal of the playthrough is that we're going to be creating hashish on the down low, and we're going to be opening restaurants in various cities across the United Cities, and we're going to be selling food and whatnot on the front, and we're going to be selling drugs in the back while also performing actions of espionage, racketeering, burglary, and all that stuff. Typical mob stuff. And the end goal of the playthrough is to get 10 million cats via economic means. So right now we are working on getting the food production taken care of. We have food being produced, but we're not producing a surplus. We're working on producing a surplus of food. That way we can open our first restaurant, and then we will start production of the hashish. So we can start smuggling that and laundering our money. Because you can't have a successful drug operation unless you launder your money. So we have to have the restaurants to launder our money. So we're opening restaurants, and then we're going to be laundering the money from the drug operation through the restaurants. Can you speak to the Queen of the Hive? I don't remember. Frankie, are you still here? Frankie, tell us if you can speak to the Queen of the Hive. I don't remember. It's been a while. I don't usually go to the Western Hive. I think I could probably count on one hand the number of times I've done that. Does hashish with market ramp up the shop counters? What do you mean? Can you rephrase the question? What do you mean? All right, put you in a cage and put you in a cage. Go collect that sweet bounty. Nice. Then burn. We're also gonna loot you because no, actually, I think they're fine. I think they're fine. All right, now we need to go sell this crap. Sell this stuff. This stuff. I'm thinking of migrating my base and my playthrough. Not sure where yet. Currently, I'm at the Fog Islands. I mean, that's a good question. It kind of depends on what your like playthrough's about. How many mods? A good number of them. If you want to see the full list of the mods that I'm using, check out the description. I have all of them linked in a collection on Steam, the Steam Workshop called Hero in His Head Vanilla Plus. So it's all right there. I think Hashish sells at regular prices if you put it in a shop counter at the UC. I think only the Shinobi smugglers buy it at full price in the UC. That's true. Only the Shinobi thieves will buy it at full price. However, we can at least temporarily have people move straight down, and we can actually go sell at Flats Lagoon for like plus 1,000. Did it stop crashing? It did stop crashing because if you go to the collection, you'll notice in the description, I posted the entirety of the load order. After the stream the other day, I spent 2.5 hours redoing my entire load order and rearranging it to be more optimal. I have not had more than one crash every couple of hours since then. I did my entire dwarf playthrough the other day, the finale for the dwarves, like a 4-hour stream. I didn't crash once. And I had played for several hours before that too. I mean, it's way more stable now that I've redone the load order. So if you do download my my mod list, use the load order that I posted on Steam. Modify your mod.cfg, but that's the load order. That's the optimal one. You'll have almost no crashing like that, way more stable, and your performance will go up too. So, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I never learned the smuggling mechanic in this game. If it's random how they search you or if it's in a backpack, I don't really know. So a way to get around it is that you put the hashish in a backpack, and when you go through gates, put the backpack in your inventory, and usually you're fine. They'll search you, but they won't search the contents of the backpack because it's not equipped to you. All right, so we're gonna sell off this stuff and get some cash, get some money, money. I'm gonna keep the food because we always need food. Sell this extra stuff. Burn, sell that. Yes. Good, yes, very good. Okay, so now we need wheat straw. That's the main reason that we came here, and we need a lot of it. So what I'm actually gonna do is I'm gonna go buy a second backpack for Burn. Burn needs to have another backpack. Hide Hash in a dead body and carry it. That works too. That works too, because then they search you and not the body. So that's also a top tier strat. Can do. I need a better backpack. Farm shop. Do they sell it in here maybe? Go Burn. Run as fast as your little legs will carry you. And when we're in the town, we always put the block in passive in case the United City heroes decide to act up or someone decides to act up, because they do that. They act up and then they start trying to attack me. No. No bags there. Okay. I don't remember where I could grab some bags. Usually at the general shops, I recall. They really ignore people carrying dead bodies inside the city. They do because it's normal. It's normal. I mean, what if you've got bounties that you're trying to bring in? If you've got, I mean, there's a lot to consider with that. A lot to consider. With how Kenshi's world is now, do you think if Catlan got his shit together and marched out of the Ashlands to take back the continent, do you think he could succeed, or has he and his empire too weak now? I think that if he were able to properly organize his forces, I think there's a real possibility he could take everything back, or he could at least pose a very significant threat to the whole of Kenshi. I think a really big thing to wonder though is if he were to hypothetically recruit Punk and Screamer the False and their army of thralls, it'd be game over. It'd be game over. And if you follow my theory that Punk is basically a skeleton who's gone mad that idealized Catlan, and Screamer is his attempt at mimicking an NPC that was supposed to be in the game, named Screamer the True, that was supposed to be next to Catlan. Punk wanted to be Catlan. Screamer the False is his one of his attempts at mirroring Catlan, and that's also why he kept enthralling people. Punk was the one that was enthralling people for Catlan. He had great reverence for him, as many skeletons did, and as his CPU began to burn out, he became more and more obsessed with Catlan to eventually the point that he wanted to be Catlan. And that's why he continues to enthrall people to this day, and why he has that kind of idealized version of Punk, Screamer the False, and all of that stuff. So hypothetically, if Catlan came out and he were to recruit Punk and them, then yeah, I think they could do some serious damage. They could do some serious damage. What's your theory on the Hyver origin? I believe that the Hyvers were created at the tail end of the Second Empire by Catlan's genetic team, not the skeletons, but by the humans within the genetic team. My main assertion being that of the Bugmaster. And it makes a lot of sense that they were created at the tail end of the Second Empire when you look at the fact that there really is nowhere to buy backpacks here, is there? There's not even a Shinobi Thieves Tower. Hey, man. Town sucks. I hate it here. It makes a lot of sense when you look at the fact that the Hyvers did not show up until the end of the Second Empire. And when they showed up, they were perfectly tailor-made for all of the exact problems that the Second Empire was facing at the end of the Empire. So, for example, at the end of the Second Empire, they were dealing with a massive famine. And that famine was the result of an explosion that happened in the grid that made the area irradiated. So the area that was supposed to be their farmland was no longer viable. And in addition to the fact that their farmland was no longer viable, they They had less food. So the Hyvers can both withstand irradiated areas of high acid concentration, all that stuff, and they require less food, and they can eat rotten food or irradiated food or spoiled food or contaminated food. They can eat all of that. There's one. Two, the Second Empire had just gone through a massive exodus of the cult of Stove that would later go on to become the the Holy Nation. Sorry, that would later go on to become the Holy Nation. There was just a massive exodus. So Catlan fears disloyalty. Well, the Hyvers are easily controllable. They're easily controllable via a pheromone link. And hold on, Red. I'll jump. Hold on. I have more to add on that, Red. But so they're easily controllable via pheromone link, right? They're basically part of a hive mind and all of that. In addition to that, they're easily replicable because Catlan was literally bleeding people from his empire. People were leaving towards the tail end. A lot of the empire didn't fall apart in a big grand rebellion or all at once. It was very gradual. It rotted out. People just eventually, individual cities all were like, no, I'm done. I don't want to do this anymore. And they seceded from the empire. People just stopped listening to Catlan. And so the Hyvers, you don't have to worry about that. They're easily controllable. They are easily replicable. They're replaceable in the event of mass casualty. All of that stuff. In addition to that, when you look at the Hyvers look very, very similar to skeletons in many ways. They function very similarly to skeletons in many ways. And I've talked about at length before how the skeletons are incapable of actual creation and innovation. They can only repurpose and reconfigure things they already understand or have in front of them. They cannot create anything new. And so what would make more sense than for them to take the thing that they know better than anything else. Because towards the end of the Second Empire, Catalan was becoming really disenfranchised, very disgusted with humanity. He thought they were monsters, right? Humanity was rebellious. They were destructive. They were constantly destroying things in his eyes, not actually in his eyes, because he's gone insane. His CPU's burning out. He's become insane, and he's paranoid like crazy. And so he started to prefer skeletons over humanity. He viewed humans as being inferior, but he also wants to protect humans because the whole point of the Second Empire was to make up for the sins of the past, what they had done during the First Empire. And so what he does is he, alters humans to be more like skeletons. And what I mean that is when you take a skeleton, I wish I had a hybrid right in front of me. Maybe I do. Hold on. Let's pop into this bar and see if we can find a hybrid. When you take a skeleton and you put them next to a hybrid, they have very, very similar features in terms of how they are physically structured. Of course, there's not a single hybrid in this bar, is there? Nope, not a single fucking one. There's one right there. Okay, they're very, very similar in terms of how they are structured. They look very similar. They have the small waist, the general like noodly appendage, all of that stuff. And what I find really interesting is there are different variants of skeletons, right? There's the worker skeletons, the most common of the skeletons, that have this longer head. Okay, it's longer. It's very tall, right? Drones have that long head. Okay, that long, tall head. There is a soldier variation of skeleton. I have a shit ton of them right there. Soldier variation. It has a rectangular head. It's going to the front, but it's got that rectangular head, very long in terms of depth, right? Rectangular. You look at a soldier hive, a hive soldier, a hybrid soldier drone, and hybrid soldier drone, and it has a rectangular head. They're very rectangular. You look at the P2 models, which are the models like Catlan, the models like Ponk, the models like all of the ones that are more like managerial, the ones that are more intelligent, typically. Those skeletons have rounded heads. Who has a round head? The Hive Princes, right? The managers, the intelligent ones. And then you look at the queens. If you look at the concept art for Kenshi, there's that one skeleton type that we never got in game that has the little lion's mane, right? It looks like a lion. Who else has the little lion's mane, the little prongs poking out of their heads? Queens. Those were presumably the higher echelon of the skeletons, the upper management. The ones that were in charge of everything, and at least in development, but they were never implemented into the game or made it past concept, I guess. But I find it interesting that there's a variant of Hyber that is perfectly inverted to the skeleton in almost every way. There's a worker, there's a soldier, there's a manager, there's a leader, right? There's all four of those variants, whether it be in game with the 3 or in concept with the 4. And so it makes sense to me that as these skeletons would have all of these issues that are plaguing the Second Empire, Catlan would basically say, hey, humans are kind of a lost cause. We're going to make them better. We're going to make them more like us. And so he would, mutate humans towards the end of that empire as everyone was leaving en masse. He would create a version of human that is perfectly capable of all of dealing with all of the problems his empire was facing, and that is closer to skeletons than humanity was at the time. And what were the screamer skeletons made for if the long heads were the soldier one? Weird how almost all of them seem to have become skin bandits. The screamers are one thing I have a hard time understanding what the purpose of them was. In full transparency, I don't know. I don't know what they were. I don't know it's obviously the soldier bots were made to be soldiers. The generic skeletons were made to be like your workforce. The P2s were managers. Like all of that stuff is understandable and known. I have a hard time understanding what the purpose of the screamer was. I think maybe research, because it seems like a lot of them tend to be more geared towards like assistant work, like not being the head of the faction, but being like an assistant. They tend to be they look like they tend to be more like assistant based. But I don't know. I don't know for the screamers. In full transparency, I wish I did, but I don't. Yeah, not sure on that. But my point is that so Catlan basically created had the Bugmaster create the Hivers, just as he did the Shek. But when he did it with a lot more aggressive experimentation than he did when he created the Shack. When he did the Shack, it was very much like light genetic manipulation to make people more prone to aggression, more prone to more prone to aggression, so that way the members of the cult of Stobe would act out, they would become more violent, and that would give Catalan the ability to justify cracking down on the cult. Or yeah, mobile broadcasting towers for the purposes of extending the Hive mainframe, the skeleton mainframe, because very well possible. I theorized that maybe the fog, not the princes, but the Hive princes act as an extender for the pheromone break. Very well possible. Maybe the Hivers were an attempt to create a biological version that bypasses the CPU burnout. I think so I would like, it could be, but I don't think it would have been Catalan that made that particular decision then. Simply because Catalan was, by the time the Hivers arrived, they were already batshit. And I mean, I think it's a good idea. It's a good idea. I just think that decision wouldn't have been made by Catalan then. And if that was the case, then I mean, maybe, it's hard to say. It's hard to say, but maybe it's definitely got the bones to be there for sure. Screamers maybe worked with Stobe. They look alike. Skin Bandits are nearby Stobe too. Skin Bandits are based. I mean, Skin Bandits are kind of nearby Stobe, but Stobe is like up here. Skin Bandits are down here. So like they roam up here, but they're primarily based down here. Skeleton Bandits are right by Stobe, but that's because they have a weird like falsified image of Stobe in their head because Eldar is fucking insane. It's interesting that there are no hints to their origin in game. Yeah, it's because so we're gonna get a full answer in Kenshi 2. We'll get the official final answer in Kenshi 2. I'm very excited about it. But that came straight from Chris. We're gonna divulge into the origins of the Hivers. But all we know for certain is that they appeared at the tail end of the Second Empire. They had never been seen until then. And that's what happened. That's the thing that happened. We need to go to Trader's Edge because we need backpacks. We need backpacks. Don't Screamers have increased melee attack experience gain? Maybe they were enforcers of some kind. Quite possibly. Quite possibly. It's hard to say. Screamers are one of those enigmas that I haven't been able to fully figure out. I've looked at them a couple of times. I haven't dug into it enough, I think, where I can really piece it together. So I'm hesitant to like throw out an idea because it would just be me literally spitting into the wind. I'm not sure. Clem, you have a good night. Thank you for stopping in, sir. I appreciate it. And yeah, it's difficult to say. But no, I think the Hivers were created at the Second Empire at the tail end, which is when they appeared. They were created to fix the issues that the Second Empire was dealing with, while also simultaneously turning humans to be more like skeletons. It makes more sense. The original objective of the Second Empire was to bring humans back from the brink. Then Catalan gave up on humanity. They do find if they were more like us, so Hivers will do. Yeah, like he gave up on humanity, but he did it in a weird way because obviously he was batshit insane. He kind of like flipped it and was like, oh, hold on, Red. What do you mean by approximately 200 years ago? What do you mean? Like when the Hivers showed up? What dost you mean? Hey, welcome to the Mad Lads. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If your YouTube is linked to your Discord, feel free to hop into the Discord server. We have good times in there. We talk about Kenshi, share memes, share pictures of our foods. Yes. Okay, so the Hivers showed up about 1,000 years ago, give or take, right around the tail end of the Second Empire. So it was roughly 900 to 1,000 years ago, if all is to be believed, which is right around the time that the next game takes place, about 1,000 years back. Hey, big man, your shorts made me want to play this masterpiece of a game again, dude. I'm so happy to hear that. I really love when people tell me that. It's honestly one of my favorite things that people have been telling me recently is that my shorts got them back into the game. I like that people see them and then they want to play just because like I'm glad that people like share my appreciation, my interest in the world, and all that stuff. And I'm glad that the content resonated with you enough to make you want to play it again. So that's badass. Thank you, much appreciated. How high is the probability at least one of the Kenshi races originally being from there? Well, I mean, if you follow my line of theories, I don't think any of the playable Kenshi races, if you're talking about playable ones, I don't think any of them originate from Kenshi. I think they all have an origin in humanity, which is why I think that the Hivers are not the exception. Like some people think they're the natives, and they could be, right? They very well could be, but I think that is very unlikely, considering that they didn't appear until 1,000 years back. No, I think that all of the races on Kenshi have some kind of origin in humanity, whether it was they used to be human, they were made by humans, or they were humans. So, like, I'll give you an example. The humans are descended from the first Empire humans, which were a spacefaring civilization that colonized the moon of Kenshi. So human. The skeletons were created by that civilization, ergo their origin is that of humanity. They were created by humanity. The Shek used to be human. They were humans that were modified, and they were called enforcers. They used to be human, and they were modified by the skeletons during the Second Empire. So they were created by a race that was created by humans, and they themselves used to be human, and then over 1,000 to a few thousand years, they evolved into a different subspecies. And I think that the Hivers, being the only exception to that, like the Hivers are native, and everything else was origin in humanity, doesn't really fit the narrative theme that seems to be present across much of Kenshi, which is that humanity was the origin of most, if not all, things on Kenshi, and everything can be drawn back to that initial colony, that initial First Empire colony, with the exception of, I think the only real thing that I think has 100% chance of being native is that of the Leviathans. First Empire is so enigmatic. I can't imagine how fully restored or new machines and structure can't imagine how fully restored or new machines and structures, as well as their clothing, would look in the game engine. So hard to imagine the ruins not being ruins. Yeah, I mean, they would be given the size of. Sorry, my throat is very dry today. Given the size of the structures in the Ashlands, and those are First Empire structures, I think the closest I could imagine the First Empire to being is that of like a Star Wars megacity. Think like Coruscant or like Nar Shaddaa. Like just huge, absolutely huge mega structures, huge cities that span into the atmosphere. These are not small buildings by any means. These are some big ass buildings that span all the way into the atmosphere. And yeah, it must have been wild. I can't even begin to imagine what it must have been like. Where's the Shinobi Thieves at? Because I'm getting irked. I'm getting irked. Okay, we're gonna buy a backpack from the Shinobi Thieves. I need to rejoin them. There we go. All right, let's go. Get in here. Burn. Get in here. Shek can be smart, but they just have a toxic kamikaze culture. I don't like the fact that the Shek are supposed to be dumb in lore. The Shek are dumb because of what they value. It's not like they're genetically predisposed to being stupid. It's a byproduct of their values. And their values come as a byproduct of their culture, but also because they were bred to fight. They were bred to be more aggressive and more like durable. And they did that because during the Second Empire, Catlan needed an excuse to crack down on the cult of Stobe without it being religious persecution. So they're not, yeah, exactly. They're not dumb. They're just ignorant. And they're ignorant because their culture, vilifies intelligence because they think that it doesn't matter. It's largely a cultural issue. There are, intelligent Shek. They're few and far between. It's not something that you're seeing every day. They're not running around writing fucking full memoirs and being the most philosophical guys in the world. But there are intelligent Shek. It's just usually the ones that are smart are either leave the Shek Empire, like the Shek Kingdom, I mean, or like they choose to not engage and continue to build it when they're young because that's not what their culture fixates on. So it's ignorance as a result of their culture. They're not necessarily dumb. Ban is pragmatic, but I would say Ban is smarter than the average Shek, but he's still kind of stupid. I say that with all the love in the world because I think Ban's a great character, but Ban is pragmatic in the sense that he doesn't want to fight a meaningless war. He's kind of thrown off the shackles of like, I'm gonna throw my life away in combat, and he's like, hey guys, how about we win? How about we maybe win? And to that end, he is more pragmatic, but he's also not smart enough to like try to change Czech culture to be more, sustainable. Instead, he's trying to temporarily alter the culture to be more, balanced with rebuilding their numbers. What's wrong with my UI? Hold on, I'll show you what's going on with the UI. It's because I have a mask on for the sake of transparency with my reshade. Give me a second. Let me buy some a thief's backpack, and then I'll show you. I'll show you. Buy another one. There we go. Okay, so my UI is right here. So when you're using a reshade, there's a mod to fix this. I just haven't gotten around to installing it. It's like a whole thing. So when you're using a reshade, if I don't have the UI on, then the UI becomes semi-transparent and becomes prone to, it becomes basically affected by things like depth of field and stuff like that. So like if I turn my DOF to long distance, see how my UI gets all fuzzy because the DOF is in front of it. So by putting on a UI mask, it prevents the DOF from affecting my UI. So that's what that's for. There is a mod that fixes it by removing the UI from all effects with reshade. I just haven't gotten around to putting it on. Someone told me about it like 3 days ago, and I haven't gotten around to doing it yet. But when I'm in a trade menu, that little mask that goes on over my UI stays there unless I turn it off. So like that's what you were seeing. That's why you see like the transparent like little like hue of my UI. It's because it's the mask that keeps it from being affected by the effects of the reshade. So not the end of the world, but it is the answer. It is the answer. Okay, so we need to go to the farm shop because we need to get us some wheat straw. That's what we need. We need some wheat straw, some wheaty straws. Some wheaty straws. Crouching tiger, hidden shack. Alright. Burn talk to him, because we gotta jam as much wheat straw as we can into that bag of it. 2. That's fucking awesome. I need a trader's backpack, but that's fine. That's fucking... Don't even worry about it. Annoying. How annoying. How annoying. Alright, we'll have you grab some electrical components as well. And then Chateau McChicken, we'll get some of those. Yeah. We need to get a trader's backpack. What happened to the original Planet of Humans? Why haven't they come back? So I talked about this in a short that I think actually releases tomorrow. Yeah, it should release tomorrow. I got to double check what my schedule is. I'm currently out like 2 weeks on shorts, so I have a hard time remembering what shorts I have planned and which ones I don't. So bear with me on that. Basically it comes down to one of two options. Either the greater empire as a whole is disconnected from Kenshi. It was a mining colony or a colony that was sent off through realistic space travel. Because what it really comes down to is how space travel functions in the universe that Kenshi takes place in, right? Is space travel, space travel as we know it, where we'd have, they go in hibernation for 100, 200 years, and then they show up on the planet, and that planet or moon, in Kenshi's case, is completely disconnected from the greater empire? Or is it, like some kind of gravitational gravity manipulation where they can move faster than the speed of light without affecting their own, without affecting their own age or anything like that. Like they create gravity underneath their ship and it pulls them forward and it bends space-time around them so they're able to move faster than the speed of light to cover long distances without, being able, without dying or a long period of time going by for them. So it really depends on how Kenshi's space travel works. More realistically, because Kenshi tends to be more gritty sci-fi in that regard. It tends to be very backed by science as we understand it. It's very gritty. I'm going to assume that Kenshi is a colony that is cut off from the greater empire. And so as a result, the greater empire in and of itself is just unaware of the situation on Kenshi. They weren't meant to communicate. They were meant to establish a colony. They were meant to establish a new world and expand humanity out into the stars from wherever they come from, because we know that Earth is not present in the Kenshi universe. Humanity is not from Earth. Chris said as much, which I'm, he said as much in a blog post a long time ago. Whether it's canon or not is anymore, because they make retcons and change things around, is a different discussion. But we know that at the time Earth was decided not to be around. So, so that's the other thing, is that if the Empire is not connected, if the first Empire was not connected to a greater empire, then Kenshi likely is just operating independently, and the greater empire is still out there in the stars doing their own thing. If they were connected to a greater empire, then I think the only thing that explains why they have not come back to deal with the situation here on Kenshi is that the rebellion didn't just happen on Kenshi. When the skeletons rebelled, they rebelled everywhere, and the empire was wiped out, or was put back into the Stone Age, effectively. But I don't think that's likely. I think the more likely answer is that Kenshi was just a disconnected colony, because even in real life, when I really can't find a single trader's backpack. This is bullshit. Even in real life, when like one day when we send out colonies into the stars to try and expand human reach and all of that stuff, we're probably not going to have interconnect. We're not going to be like vacationing on Titan. We're not going to be traveling to different star systems on the weekend for shits and giggles or anything like that. Like, we're going to send colonies out amongst the stars, and we may never really communicate with some of them ever again. There could be a colony that goes 2, 3, 4, 5 light years out. A long distance, but not long enough where they couldn't make it. And we do that for the purpose of expanding humanity's reach and ensuring that we live on for a long time. But we're effectively living separate from one another. We may never see those people ever again. So that's kind of the thing. Okay, I guess the only other thing I could think to do is hire somebody and make them a mule, since apparently I can't find a backpack to save my fucking life, which is really annoying, because I didn't want to hire somebody, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's really frustrating that I can't find a single trader's backpack. Not a single one. Not a single one. Not a single one. I just need like 10 wheat straw. That's basically what it comes down to. I need 10 wheat straw, because I need enough to make 1 hydroponics. If I can make one wheat straw hydroponics, we can get this shit rolling. We're gonna call Zeke the Mule Forelli. Zeke the Mule Forelli, because you're gonna be muling for us. All right. Yeah. Hop on in here. Trade. Fantastic. A little more wheat straw. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. I need 1 more. I need literally 1 more. Imagine if they sent an army to retake the colony and found the situation in Kenshi. They'd just tear them apart. They would just tear them apart. I don't think that Kenshi wouldn't stand a chance. If everyone on Kenshi united, if every faction on Kenshi like banded together in an attempt to fend off like a greater First Empire invasion, they wouldn't stand a chance. They'd be vaporized in moments. They wouldn't stand a chance. I love your lore shorts. Thank you. I'm glad that you enjoy them. That's why I make them. I'm glad you enjoy them. I appreciate it sincerely. Orbital bombardment. Literally, they glass the planet. It'd be over. They'd glass the fucking planet. They wouldn't stand a chance. It'd be over. There'd be nothing left. There'd be nothing left. They would turn the place into silly putty. Silly putty. The entire planet would be silly putty. It'd be really bad. So, absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. Maybe the rest of humanity died out or is diminishing. That's also possible. Also possible. I'm gonna get rid of some of this like lighter food because we're obviously we need food, but I need wheat straw more right now. So that's what we'll do. All right, so we'll take that. We'll do that. We'll go in here. We'll get that last bit of wheat straw that we need, and then we'll go back to the base and we'll build the first hydroponics. And we should be all set. We should be good from there. Good from there. All right, cool. Ah, Nas itches. Some allergies and anxiety. Isn't there one reason it's completely destroyed from an old ancient satellite still there? Yeah, that satellite was meant for terraforming, though. It wasn't meant to be, on for hundreds or thousands of years. It was meant to be on for, a little while. It was meant for terraforming. It was meant to burn away the ground, kill any local fauna that might be detrimental, and make the ground more fertile through fire, which is a real process that people do in real life. Sometimes the only way to make a forest or a field grow stronger is to burn it to the ground, so that way there's a temporary increase in nutrients, and the soil becomes incredibly fertile, and then they can grow stronger stuff there. Sometimes you got to burn down the forest to make it better. Don't tell Smokey the Bear I said that. He'll be pissed. He'll be pissed. Oh, Kenshi 2 will have some cutscenes. That would be cool. I doubt it, unfortunately. I don't imagine cutscenes are going to be a thing, but maybe. Any lore on how many continents there are in Kenshi? Is this the only one? We don't have lore, per se. Is it written in the game somewhere? I mean, it's not written in the game, per se, but look at the way that it functions. Most of Kenshi lore is speculative. Look at the way the eye satellite functions. It burns hot enough to burn organic matter, but not hot enough to melt metal. Which means it wasn't designed to kill... it wasn't designed to, destroy things. It was designed to burn away swaths of the land in organic material. And in the short term, that would not cause long-term damage to the soil. It would cause temporary short-term damage, but it would make the ground more fertile in the long run. It's strategic, but it was weaponized probably by the skeletons during the rebellion. Left on, one of them collapsed out of the sky, likely again as a result of the rebellion during the First Empire, and fell into the Great Desert over in the Eye, like over here, and over here. Sorry. And yeah, I mean it's all inferred. It's all inferred, but no, it's not written anywhere directly. Pretty much nothing in Kenshi is. So, any lore on the continents on the Kenshi? How many continents there are in Kenshi? So, there is not definitive lore. We know that in Kenshi 2, there's going to be more land masses. There's going to be another landmass, new lands for us to discover, right? And there is one item in game, and I can't remember where it is, and I'm frustrated that I can't remember where it is. But there's one item you can get in game. It's only in one spot, if I recall, too, where it makes mention that there is... Basically, it's like this is an old map of Kenshi, but there's land masses that look unfamiliar, and basically, it makes a comment where it's like it's questioning whether or not it's real or if it was like a work of fiction, right? And I think that was foreshadowing for Kenshi 2, because in Kenshi 2, like I said, we're going to be getting new lands, And so that particular document made mention of this this foreign land that you had never seen before, that you wonder is even real. And I think it was saying, hey, there's another continent somewhere over here on Kenshi that, the current denizens of Kenshi in the modern age don't even know if it's there, because they don't presumably travel via boat anymore or anything like that. I think that was like subtle foreshadowing for Kenshi 2. So are there other continents? I'm going to say there's at least one. There's at least one. We may never know what the original Kenshi was, because humans made too many changes on it. We only know that humans changed it, but not the original form of the planet. Moon, not planet. Don't say planet. People get mad. People get mad. People get really mad. No, but you're right. We don't know the original form of Kenshi. And the thing is like the First Empire would have terraformed it to be more suited for humanity. I think as long as the atmosphere was halfway decent, I could see them changing things around for to make it more palatable for humans, So we won't probably know what Kenshi's original form looked like, no. But we can speculate, and that's what we do on this channel. We speculate, you know. So that's what we do. That is what we do. All right, you're gonna come off of the repo, man, because you weren't supposed to be here. You're going down to the thug section because that's all you are. You're a filthy thug. You're a filthy thug, and you're gonna get to work doing, I don't know, something. You're gonna be doing something. Snorky, what are you doing? You know, we're gonna have some of these enforcers work on this farm because they're robots and they can do that. They can do that without an issue. It would be so awesome if the studio have other games hinting at what happened to Kenshi, like a space game, Canon to Kenshi's Moon. That would be really cool. I foresee in the long term, I don't think there's going to be a Kenshi 3. And maybe, I know obviously it's really early to speculate on that. Like, it's kind of too early for me to be like, no, there is no Kenshi 3, right? But I don't think there's going to be a Kenshi 3. I think what's going to happen is Kenshi 2 is going to come out. And I think after Kenshi 2 comes out, they're going to do a remake of Kenshi 1 in Unreal 5. And then I think after they've done a Kenshi 1 remaster in the updated engine, they're going to move on to another project. Now, if that project is going to be connected to Kenshi in any way, I don't know. But I do think they're going to move on to something outside of Kenshi after they do the Kenshi remake. Has there been any news on Kenshi 2's release date? Sadly, no. Sadly, no. Sadly, no. We should get some kind of an update one way or the other. I say should. We should get some kind of an update one way or the other as to the state of Kenshi 2, or at least like how things are going within the next few weeks, few months, because your stream chat is like 11 lines of chat behind for YouTube. That's weird. That's weird. That is weird. Is it? Let's find out. No, it seems like it's online for me. I think it's just taking a while. Are you sure you don't have it set to live chat instead of top messages? Because sometimes that messes it up too, Cosmic. Anyway, what is it? Usually between March and May, they drop some kind of an update or an interview or something like that. Kenshi 1 Anniversary Unreal Slop Edition. I don't know. I don't agree. I understand the difficulties with Unreal, but I think as long as the programmers know what they're doing, it's fine. Unreal's really not that bad, provided that you have people who know what they're doing and that they put in the proper testing time. Most AAA titles that use Unreal end up failing because the developers are either intrinsically they don't understand the game that they're working on, or they're being ganged with deadlines that they have to rush to meet out, and as a result they don't do proper testing and stuff like that. But Unreal has also churned out some very functional, very, very stable, very good games from developers that take their time and know what they're doing. So I don't really fall on the whole like Unreal slop hype train. I think that the issue, I don't think it's an Unreal issue as much as like I understand the issues that Unreal has with like Nanite and Lumen and stuff like that, and like they can be difficult, but I think that like the vast majority of the time it's the byproduct of poor coding and inefficient work practices that make bad games, less than the engine. Like the tools are in front of you, but if you don't use them, fuck it. Like if I try to use a hammer to patch a wall, I'm gonna make a bigger fucking hole, you know. If I try to use a hacksaw as a hammer, it's not gonna work very well, you know. You just need to have faith that they're gonna get the right people for the job, and I trust they will. You know, based on my conversations that I've had with Lo-Fi on the back end, and that kind of stuff, they're very particular about who they talk to. They're very particular about who they hire, who they give jobs to. You know, I've talked with Lo-Fi a handful of times in the back end. I have full faith in them to hire the right person for the job. So I wouldn't worry too much about it. Genuinely, I wouldn't worry too much about it. A lot of people like panic when they hear Unreal 5, but there has been both good and bad games on Unreal 5, and I don't think it's Unreal's fault. I think it's the developer, for whatever reason. Bad practices, bad coding, bad people on the job, people who don't understand what they're doing. It's a lot of things. Have you ever captured Catlon? Yes, I have. Many a times, many a time. Simply a matter of time. All right, so this is growing now, which is good. It's good. And we're going to be primarily using the wheat straw we get from harvesting that. Ogre Engine good, Unreal bad. Ogre Engine, the problem with the Ogre Engine is it was out of date 5 years before. Um, it was built 5 years before. I mean, it was out of date 5 years before the game even came out. They were going to originally use Ogre 2 for Kenshi 2, and the development time would have actually been way, way, way smaller had they done that, because all the assets and everything could be ported right over. The code could have been ported over, and then they could have just like stripped out spaghetti code and made the game function better. The problem arose when the reason why dev time is taking so damn long for Kenshi 2 is because they decided to switch over to Unreal 4, so they had to rebuild the game basically from the ground up. And then they ended up switching over to Unreal 5, which didn't slow it down too much, but it did slow it down a little bit more. I build an outpost of just skeletons, but now I don't know what to do. Any ideas? I'm kind of new to the game. I mean, it kind of depends on what you want your long-term playthrough to look like. Are you going for bounty hunting? Are you going for, trying to build a functional city? Are you going for an economic playthrough? Are you trying to take over the world? Goddamn, dude, my allergies so fucking annoying. My allergies are really, really driving me nuts today. As a game dev tools programmer myself, it's definitely not an engine problem. It's how you use it, how you use the tool, understanding the hardware. No, I agree wholeheartedly. Like that's my thing. Like, I think that in many cases, not in every case, because there's definitely areas where like things are tough, But I'll give you an example. Arc Raiders is a game that performs very, very well. It looks very good. It uses Lumen. It uses Nanite, if I recall correctly, and it's stable. It functions well. It plays well. It looks good. It doesn't have like a lot of those massively glaring issues that people like tend to attribute to Unreal 5 and to Lumen and to Nanite. And it's because it was built by people who know what the fuck they're doing, who put care into the project and actually put together a functional piece of product that was tested. I think when people are like, "Oh, Unreal is trash," no, that's cope. That's cope. It's mostly cope. The developer didn't do their job. The developer didn't do their job. They didn't test the game properly. They didn't There are examples of real limitations. Like Kenshi's Ogre engine is a real limitation because it's an out-of-date engine. And that's why a lot of the persistent bugs in Kenshi are not fixable, because it would create more problems, right? What is it? The easier engines already used lets more people make projects with less experience as well, which also leads to loads of things, to adding loads of things to it they don't need, which ruins performance, etc. Exactly. Like Unreal 5 is definitely an engine that takes some skill and some getting used to, because it is a complicated engine. That is not being disputed. But if you have people who know what they're doing and they're willing to put the time in, and you have a company that's going to test the game and not put it out until it's ready, you got to worry about it. You ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to worry about it. The other thing is that a lot of people tend to, to your point, is that a lot of people tend to overstuff their game, trying to be too many things, right? They try to be everything instead of one thing. The FPS tries to also be what is it? Your first-person shooter also tries to be a survival game, and it also tries to be a MOBA game, and it also tries to be a gacha game, and it also tries to be an RPG, and you try to be too many things, you jam too many systems in, there's too many scripts running, and your game runs like shit, and then you wonder why. I wrote like 11 lines when you were just outside the city about to cross the desert. I'm not. I'm digging back. I don't think your stuff even went through, Cosmic. I think, because sometimes YouTube filters out fucking chat. I don't know why. Sometimes YouTube will actually filter your chat, depending on what you're saying. I've had it happen to me when I was messaging on Paytostrophia stuff, where it just like decided to like on his live stream. Sometimes YouTube just is like, no, you're not allowed to say that for stupid reasons, because I don't see anything in the chat line. It's weird. Very weird. I know there is a slight delay. Like I have low latency chat on, but it's not that far back. Because like I also like, as I'm streaming, I actually have stream up on my phone, so like I can see where the chat is, and it's not more than a couple seconds back for me. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Dragon, how are you? Dragon, you'll be excited to know that Rex is still alive. Rex is still alive. He is still alive. He is still alive. Cyberpunk turned out quite well, in my opinion. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. It took some time, but it did quite well. Have you played any big overhaul mods like Cthulhu or Genesis? So I have not played Cthulhu. Actually, after this Nugget Mafia playthrough is finished, I am playing Project Cthulhu. That is the next major thing that I'm doing here. And as for Genesis, I played Genesis a couple of years ago. Actually, for the first like year and a half on this channel, most of my videos, the background like B-roll footage was done in Genesis because I thought that it added a lot to the game. But eventually, Genesis got to the point where I felt like it no longer felt like Kenshi. It was kind of cartoony. It was kind of not. It just didn't feel like Kenshi anymore. It felt overly cartoony, and so I switched off of it. So I haven't been using it, but I have not played Cthulhu yet. Cthulhu is the Star Wars one, yes. Yes. Do we know why the First Empire didn't keep their greater skeletons meant to fight the kaiju? They didn't have a purpose anymore, and the Empire was scared of them. Or presumably scared of them. We don't know that for certain. That's what we get told by the skeletons, that mankind was afraid of them, but that could also be copium on the skeletons' part, that like, oh, they tossed us out because they were afraid of us. I think the reality is that the First Empire that was on Kenshi anyway was not a heavily militarized society. They didn't have a lot of military capabilities. The only reason that they made the behemoths in the first place was to deal with those large kaiju-like creatures, because they're basically just scaled up versions of their workforce. There's a hell of a lot easier ways to blow up an enemy than creating a giant kaiju-like robot that is going to a kaiju-sized robot that require far less materials to presumably make. So they effectively just scaled up their workers and made bigger versions of their workforce, their subservient workforce, and had them go fight them. They fought them, they killed them, they lost their purpose, they decommissioned them, and they were probably going to repurpose their materials to use in other things, because like that's a lot of materials. Like why waste it? So my assumption is that they were going to reuse the materials when they melted them down, but the First Empire fell very, very fast. Very, very fast. Like when the First Empire fell, it was very quick. What do you mean no usable nodes? What do you mean? Fell very, very fast. It fell incredibly fast. And so the assertion that one would have is that they were unable to repurpose the behemoths, the material they would have gotten from melting down the behemoths before the rebellion happened. Because the rebellion happened, and they pretty much the First Empire was wiped out like very fast, very fast. It was quick. Game set during the First Empire of the behemoths fighting kaiju in the bone fields, Pacific Rim style. Dude, that would be... So, I think that it would play weird, but it would be badass. It would be badass. I'm not even... that would be cool. That would be really cool to see, like kaiju-style fights and shit in Kenshi. That'd be wild. Absolutely wild. Wild work. Wild work. Alright, we're starting to build multiple wheat straw farms. Wheat straw hydroponics, which is good. 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 We're making good progress. Once these wheat straw hydroponics are up, we're going to be able to start producing dust witches, which bring our food nutrition from 20 to like 75. So we'll be using less food on our guys, and we'll be able to build a surplus. And once we have a surplus, we can start selling inside Stout and other cities, and we'll start making some cash. Some cash. Some cash. Given that they possess nuclear weapons and other such weapons, I expect the kaiju were even immune to having nuclear weapons used against them. Well, we don't necessarily know if they had nuclear weapons, though. We know they had nuclear materials, but we don't know if they were using nuclear weapons, per se. We don't know that for certain. We know that nuclear materials were present, but we don't know if they were using them as weapons. Especially since they had terraformed this planet. I mean, this moon, right? Like, it was terraformed. it wouldn't be smart of an advanced, technologically advanced civilization to use a nuclear device on the moon that they intend to live on, and that they had just finished terraforming, effectively destroying a portion of it for these creatures. Like, that's a dangerous thing to do, especially again when you consider that the age of chaos that followed the collapse of the First Empire was likely a nuclear winter brought on by blowing up nuclear reactors around the face of Kenshi. And so, like, it wouldn't make sense to, have fire off nuclear weapons to destroy a foe on the moon you just made habitable for your people, when you first dropped here. So, any idea what the kaiju looked like? Not per se. We know that they're massive, and based on the skulls, they're either they could have been some kind of whale, because the skulls are very reminiscent to both whale bones and like large reptilian bones. But the skulls have a very whale-like appearance in terms of the shape of their head. The one that's in the Great Desert in particular looks like has like a whale-like appearance. So. I've been operating under the pretense that they were giant whales of some kind, but we don't know for certain. We don't know for certain. What research are we working on? Do we have any research going? Research going. We need electric. Wasn't sure if those were verified to be kaiju bones. I mean, kaiju is just like the term we give them. We don't know what they. We don't know for certain what they were called or anything. We just call them kaiju because that's the only thing that we as like people can compare them to. We don't know what the actual name of them were, so there could have been more varieties. Like the one that's in the Great Desert is smaller than the one that's in Catan by like leaps and bounds. So, it's quite possible that there were multiple kinds, like Red said. There could have been there was probably multiple kinds of large fauna, very, very large fauna. So, crafting. I need. What am I looking for? I'm looking for these robotics ? Tech level 6 AI cores. We could get tech level 6. Basic bridge, peeler machine, ores. Wells, rain collector, automated mining tech. Interesting. We should honestly probably work on getting some automated mining tech so we can build more. Well, I mean, no, we're doing okay with iron plates. I think we're doing fine. We're doing fine. I do, however, think we need the next level walls, but in order to do that, I think I need the next level rack. Yeah, tech level 6. All right, we'll do tech level 6. Tech level 6 it is, and then we'll get rack bench 6, and we'll go from there. Burn, hop on it. There are bones in the swamp too. That makes sense. The swamp was fully submerged underwater in the Second Empire, and during the First Empire, it was presumably not as underwater. Oh, that was great. That was a really good one. That felt great. I don't know if you guys heard that on stream, but that felt great. Remember to like the stream if you're enjoying. Yes, guys, do remember to like the stream. I appreciate it. And we have 71 people in the chat right now. Guys, listen, if you guys enjoy listening to me babble on and you want to hear me babble some more, starting tomorrow at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, fellow Kenshi tuber Pedastrophia and myself are launching the first episode of our Kenshi-themed podcast, Tengu's Vault. We're going to be talking about all kinds of things, talking about Kenshi 2. We're going to be talking about our first time playing Kenshi, sharing stories, sharing speculation, interacting with the community, and we're going to be talking to other people on the podcast. We've got a couple people that we've invited on as guests for guest appearance to come on and talk to us and that kind of stuff. Other Kenshi content creators, a couple mod authors that we're friends with, stuff like that. So we're starting a podcast, Kenshi podcast, Tengu's Vault. First episode airs tomorrow, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on this channel. First episode's on this channel, and then every episode after that will be on the dedicated channel to the Tengu's Vault podcast channel. We're going to have a dedicated channel for it. But as of right now, the first episode is going to be on my channel. So get us out to a nice wider audience. So yeah, so we're gonna move through getting the Mafia. I'm gonna be really honing in on doing the Mafia for a while, the Nugget Mafia, because I think we can get this one finished up in the next like handful of episodes, and then after that it's Project Cthulhu, guys. After this, we're going Star Wars. We're going Star Wars all day, every day. Can I give a link? I can give a link. Give me half a second. Give me just a moment, and I would be more than happy to give you a link. Usually I'd have Logic do it, but Logic has abandoned me today. Therefore art thou. Oh, you know what I can do? I can go to Discord to do it. There it is. Link. All right, pasting the link in chat now. There's the link to the channel. First episode will be on my channel on this one here, and then every subsequent episode of the podcast will be on the Tengu's Vault channel. So, be there or be square. All hail the crabs. They are the true masters of Kenshi. Indeed, indeed. I wouldn't want to fight a giant crab. I'm going to be honest with you. I would not want to fight a giant crab. Not for me. Not for this guy. Excuse me. So. Your sub count just grew by double the original. On the Tengu's Vault channel? Or, yeah, because I think we only had like 9 subs on there. And we have like 18 now. Let me see. Hold on. I want to go to it now. I need to know. Show me. Show me the truth. Oh my god, my YouTube's being not great. Tengu's Vault channel just doubled in originals. Oh my god. Pato's gonna be so excited. Bam. That's cool. That's cool. Thank you guys. I'm glad you guys are excited. We're really excited. This is something Pato's been talking about for a really, really long time. You know, you can thank him for putting the idea together in the first place. It was, you know, his idea in the first. He reached out to me about it, so it's something we've been working on putting together for a couple of weeks now. So very excited. Have you gotten all your voice actors for the first episode of your anthology series? I have not quite yet. So I will be announcing who I am. Like I'll be officially picking the voice actors for Soldier and Rogar tomorrow, and we still have one part left after I do that, which is the part that I knew was going to take forever, and I'm probably going to have to outsource it. Once that's done, I still expect a good amount of, like, probably a month or two before it's fully out and done. I'm really going to take my time with this. It's going to take a while to get put together, plus I have other obligations and projects I have to work on in the meantime. So I would hold tight on it. But we're almost done. I've almost got all of the voice actors done. I've got 3 of the 6. 2 more will be decided by the end of the day tomorrow. And then I will be, I got to get the last voice actor, which is for Draga, the female Shek. And then once she's cast, production will begin in full swing. And then once we're done with that, we'll, you know, obviously that's going to take me some time. So hang tight on it, but it is coming along, and we should be there. The anthology series is one of those things where, like, I'm really going to take my time with it. I need it to come out good. I want it to be worth everyone's time, especially there's been so many people that have showed interest in it, that have auditioned for it. My email's been inundated with like 30 plus auditions just for those 2 parts alone. So, you know, I've been really trying to take my time with it and make sure that it comes out good and thorough. Broadcast stories, books, live streams, and videos on 2 channels. We eat well. I try to provide. I try to make sure that everyone has feed the hungry chickens. Feed the hungry chickens. Try to make sure that everybody's got something. No, man, content creation is my passion. It's the thing that makes me happy. It's why I'm here. It's why I do what I do. I wanna make people happy. I wanna make things. I wanna put things out into the world that people are that I'm proud of. That people can be proud of. So I want to get you three out there mining. That's what we're gonna do. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna mine. We're gonna hit up those mines. I'm just gonna have the enforcers do practically everything. I'm gonna be honest with you. They're practically going to do everything, because they're robots and we don't have to worry about it. That's what they do. That's what they do. They do robot things. And I'm proud of you. Thank you, Red. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Absolutely. Dima, how you doing? Sorry for the delay. Well, we're good. Things are going good. Things are going good. It can be a little cumbersome sometimes with the sheer amount of stuff that we're doing, the content that we're doing, and all that stuff. But we get it done. We get it done. We get it done. It definitely can be cumbersome though. But thankfully, I'm in a position where I'm able to do it and do it at all, which is awesome. Really good. So. Okay, so we're producing wheat straw. That's good. Iron plates are in production again, which is solid because we were slow on iron plate production for a little while. We need to continue getting the wheat straw production taken care of. I'm going to actually send Don back over to the cactus den to see if the Oni is back yet. Gotta see if the Oni's back yet. We're gonna send Don and Burn. Always send it, travel in pairs of 2. Who's up here fighting? Are these Sand Ninja? No, these are the UC. Getting absolutely trounced by these. Oh, this is actually a really cool spot. Maybe I'll build up here sometime. I know it's close to the cactus den, so like I don't know if it would let me, but this is actually a really cool spot for like a tiered base. I can make something really nice up here. Interesting. Like the natural tiers here could make something really cool. Put that one in the vault for later. Throw that one in the vault for later. Alright, who's standing outside here? Most of these guys are crippled. They're crippled and crappled, but they're still up and moving, which means the Oni is not dead. And are there still mercenaries in here? Yeah, there's still mercenaries in here. Oh my god, what is happening? I'm genuinely shocked by this. I don't know why there's like the mercenaries just decided to go after these sand ninjas so like aggressively. Like I'm not complaining about it, but like Jesus. All right, well, we need to go deal with these guys. We're gonna go beat up these unconscious ninja here. We don't need these ninjas running around causing problems for us. No, we do not. Burn doing? Attacking enemy? Who's he attacking? Probably a skimmer. I really just want to find the Oni. The Sand Ninja Oni's got to be around here somewhere. They're not dead. They're not dead. We know they're not dead. It's just a matter of figuring out where the hell they ran off to. Escape slave. Yeah, things have been happening over here. Wild work. Wild work. Nope. Just stuff. Just weird stuff. Okay. Well, we're gonna help with this skimmer. Deal with them. All right, and then we're gonna heal up. This UC Samurai. We wanna be friendly with the UC Samurai. That's the end goal, is to be friendly with them. What are the lore on sand skimmers? Are they Shek's long lost cousin? Hard to say. Hard to say. There's not really much else that looks like sand skimmers. I haven't really considered them too much, but to be honest, they very well may also be. They may also fall in line with like one of the creatures that could potentially be native to Kenshi, because they look very alien. They don't have like a terrestrial like vibe to them. They don't look like they were brought here. So I guess sand skimmers could probably fall in with that line of the 1 or 2 creatures that I consider to be probably native, but Hard to say. Hard to say. Wherefore art the Oni? You know what? Actually, here's something we are going to do. We're going to take this opportunity to train up assassination. That's something that the Don needs to work on, and Burn needs to work on lockpicking. But the Don needs to work on assassination, because that's going to be something we're doing later on as well. Also, he's got the knives in his hand, so it looks way worse when he does the assassination. Like, look at that. Just double swing. Just stab. He's just stabbing you. He's not even knocking you out. He's stabbing you. Beautiful. Terrible. Terrible. Just terrible. So we'll work on that. And while we're working on that, I'm going to continue to shift around for a minute and look around for that goddamn Sand Oni, because I want that Maitao disguised katana. This is nonsense. I feel like I'm being gypped here. I'm being taken advantage of, and I don't much care for it. Triangle Assault is moving towards my base. Fuck them. How dare they? The shame they should feel. They're gonna get absolutely trounced anyway. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. They have to be alive. Are they in jail? Like, is that what it is, maybe? Are they just in jail? No, because if they were in prison, then the Sand Ninja would be gone. They disappear when the Oni gets in prison, so they can't be in jail. What is happening? Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Get some water in these. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so hydroponics is coming along very, very nicely. Jipping the mobs seems like a bad idea. That's what I'm saying. They made a mistake. They made a terrible mistake by doing what they're doing right now, which is not giving me what I want. My Maitao disguised katana and, anything else that I asked for, because that's what I do. The Don practicing assassinations, muttering into himself in his best Build-A-Butcher voice. That's a wound. That's a wound. That's a wound. That's a kill. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, man. How's he doing? 10? Not bad. We're getting up there. We're going to start assassinating people soon. Them assassinations. Start assassinating people. And then Burn's got to get his lockpicking up there, but this is only going to go up to 20, so... I think I know the origin of the first Empire humans, the first humans in the Empire, Australians. That would make a ton of sense. That would make a lot of sense. They're all Australians. Which would make sense. It would certainly explain the fauna. It would certainly explain the fauna. Alright, so you're not the Oni. Keep working on that. I'm just gonna pop around for a bit. Yeah, I can't begin to make heads or tails of where the hell the Oni is. They can't be in jail because the cactus den is still here. So, don't know. Don't know. You're crawling around like a dipshit. I know you're humble, but what are the lore retcons that would make you the most butthurt? Serious or silly answers accepted. Well, what ones would I think be which ones would be the most egregious to me? Be the most vile to me? It's tough. That's tough. I don't know. That's a really tough one. That's a really tough one because even from a joking matter, like I'm really just okay with it. Like I'm truly just okay with it. So I'm trying to think about like ones that even like I could joke about that'd be funny. Like, but like I'm having a hard time on the spot. Also, I'm on the spot. I'm really bad at being put on the spot with those kinds of things. Yeah, Stobe didn't actually die. That's what Stobe didn't die. He's just sleeping. He's been sleeping the whole time. He's been sleeping. He's a sleepy boy. He's a sleepy boy. I would love a retcon of the Hive soldiers being able to wear custom helmets. I hope that Lo-Fi takes into account some of the popular mods and like uses those as like inspiration for things like the Hivers Expanded for like the Hive armor, because like the Hiver Expanded's Hive armor looks badass. Looks badass. It looks awesome. Absolutely awesome. Phenomenal. Top tier. No notes. No notes. Are they at the base now? Is that a thing? Triangle Bandits? Oh, no, they're not there yet. Oh, wait, are they here yet? They are here, and they're getting absolutely flounced out here. Probably, actually. We may be getting flounced. I don't know. Hard to say. Hard to say. Nah, we're doing okay. We're doing fine. Drake over here with her trusty kunai. Yep, nope, never mind. Shrike there, unconscious. What lore retcon? You know what lore retcon would kill me? If they decided to not raise the water level in Kenshi. If they retcon that one. That one would probably irk me, actually. That one would irk me. If they finally were like... If they were like, you know what, actually, even though we said that the water level was higher and all the evidence points to the water level being higher, we lied. We were wrong. We lied. That one would piss me off. I think that one would actually get me going. Just because like so much of the foundation of what we understand on the lore is built on that prospect. That's one of the quintessential pieces to understanding the lore that we know. And by changing that, you change so much of the potential ramifications and like the understanding of the lore. It'd be cool for me in the sense that like I'd have a ton of new videos to make, but also like that would change everything. Everything. Just the water levels would change everything. So I think that one would get me going. That one would really get my goat. So that's my answer to that. Yeah, I think that would do it. That would be the one. How are you doing, Don? 15 in assassination. All right, we're making progress. Is 19's the highest I can go on that? I think we'll call it here. I think we've done a good job on that in that regard. You retcon everything, you get some solid job security. Yeah, that's true. Excuse me. I would get some job security out of it, but I'd also what is it? My detractors would have a field day. Not that I have many, but there's a couple that really hate my guts, and they'd have a fucking field day with that. Let me tell you, they would have a field day with that. As it stands, because my channel has been popping off the last couple weeks, month or two, like I'm getting close to 1 million views a month right now across all my videos, shorts, and live streams. I'm getting just under 1 million views a month right now, and because of that. A lot of my theories have been popping into like the discords and stuff like that. And I'll tell you, some people are really pissed that they keep hearing about me. It makes me laugh, but yeah, some people are not fucking happy that I keep popping up. Some people are quite mad about it. So they would have a field day if that was the case. But yeah, no, job security would be there though. At least I wouldn't have to worry about that. I definitely have a lot more, much more content to make. A lot more content. And we all know how I like making content. It's popping off because a lot of variety streamers have been returning to Kenshi, and new eyes are being brought in. Yeah, I mean that's part of it, and also like you said, I've seen a lot of variety streamers popping into Kenshi again, which has really brought like a lot of like fresh faces to it, and also like lore shorts for Kenshi are an untapped market, man. I haven't seen anyone else doing it. I told a couple of people to do it. Like I told, because I want Kenshi creators to be doing well, and so like anybody that I've talked to, I've said the same thing. Like hop into the shorts, man. It's crazy for growth. It's been absolutely killing it. I have one short that I put out 4 weeks ago that has 350,000 views on it in 4 weeks. Like that's wild. I'm getting I think 2,300 subs a month right now, and it just keeps going up. It just keeps going up. And I've told people that like, listen, you gotta hit those untapped markets. Kenshi lore shorts are an untapped market. It's an area that like just people weren't doing. Start doing it, and you'll see some results. And it also just in general gets like the number of people that I've heard in just the last couple of weeks that were like, hey, I bought Kenshi, I played it a while ago, and I haven't played it since, but now, like, listening to this has gotten me back into it. Or another one that I've heard a ton of is, I didn't know what Kenshi was. I saw your shorts, and then I had to play it. I think that a lot of that is as a byproduct of the shorts, because lore shorts are just such an untapped market. It's something that I think isn't happening as much as it could be, and it's just working out well as all. Just working out well as all. It's been cool. It's been really cool. So it helps that I also post across multiple platforms. Like my shorts that come out on YouTube, the same short also goes live on TikTok, and on TikTok the market is even less saturated than it is on YouTube. You know, so you know, I post everything simultaneously on YouTube and TikTok and all that stuff. So it's been cool. It's been cool. I've been working on putting together like a good network of Kenshi creators too, to try and help build the community up and help expand out the love of the game and the love of Kenshi as a whole and all that stuff. So I've been trying to put together like a interconnected network of Kenshi content creators between, you know, I'm not gonna not to like farm from their name or anything. That's not what it is. But like, you know, Frankie was here, Muffin Top, Paydystrophia. You know, Pato and I are friends with Slippin, he's a variety streamer, but he's done Kenshi content. And you know, Pato's friends with Asian Fanboy, and like we're all I'm trying to create like a network of Kenshi content creators, so that way we can all kind of bounce off of each other and see what's working and what's not, for the purposes of not just improving our channels, but also building the community up more and getting more people into Kenshi and making it more, you know, more accessible and more interesting to as many people as possible. So, what's the lore behind the United States Hero League? Just a bunch of racists meeting up at a bar one day and forming a big gang, or is it deeper than that? I have not dug into them too much yet. They're one of the factions I haven't dug into much. I imagine there's something maybe a little deeper going on with them, but I haven't fully like dug into their whole deal yet. Mostly because they just make me violently angry and I have no interest in them. Here's what I'll do. Forgot who's their leader's name. It's Lord Mirage. That's right. That's right. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're just racists. What is it? A minor UC noble who took up a military force. Oh yeah, I think they're just a racist lower noble is what it is. I'd have to dig into it more. I'm sure I could find something if I dug into it, but I think the implication is that they're like a minor lord who you know, is just super racist and started up his own like militant faction that's trying to get rid of the non-humans. Have you checked out Paul Roger yet? The guy who makes biome base building guides? A little bit. Pato and I were talking about him the other day. I looked at him a little bit, but I haven't dug in too much. I have not dug in too much. I've been wildly busy the last few days. Between, what is it, the stuff I had going on yesterday, the end of the Dwarf series, which was... ending the Dwarf series was funny for me because it gave me the same feeling about like if I finish a TV show that I've been watching for like 12 seasons. And after you finish a show that you were really invested in, you kind of have that like hollow feeling. Yeah. Then you kind of have that like hollow feeling. I had that after I left the Dwarves. Like I went to bed that night and I was like, I'm super happy, but I'm also like, what do I do now? That MapeU guy in the Discord the other day that you shared after you left the stream, he was so blown away by the Kenshi community, especially with him being so new to it. Yeah, and he was a guy that you know, so one of the things I've been doing to try and help the Kenshi community as a whole, because I think that it's really important that creators that are like putting in the work, that are trying to put out quality content, that are you know, taking the time to have good communication with their viewers and put out content that I think has like good effort, and are maybe struggling to find their niche or to find their footing in the Kenshi community, because it is such a niche community and it's a hard community to really like become an active part of sometimes. You know, literally every day I check, sometimes multiple times a day, I will check YouTube and Twitch for anybody that's streaming Kenshi, and I'll hop in and just say hi, and see what they're up to and talk to them and have them tell me about their builds and tell me about their show me their bases and tell me about what their runs are. And sometimes they recognize me, sometimes they don't. That's not really why I do it, but I do it because I have a larger fan base in the Kenshi community. And it puts me in a position where I feel not only like I can do it, but I feel obligated to do it because I want to help people, and I want to be a positive influence in the community and whatnot. That I want to give them an opportunity where they can get their footing and expand out. I'll give you an example. A couple days ago, I hopped into the stream of a guy by the name of Canned Moon. I hopped into a stream, and then shortly after I hopped into a stream, we got 260 people in that stream. And then the following stream, we got just under 400 in there. The guy has 150 subs, and it was fantastic. A lot of people were in there. They were saying hi to me. They were talking to him. They were asking about his run. Like, the guy's got 150 subs, and we had 400 people in there watching him play Kenshi, and it was awesome. And I love being able to do that. I love being able to like help out small creators like that and give them that confidence boost and see the community kind of band together to help people out like that. And so I did the same thing on Twitch yesterday. There was a guy that I popped in on Twitch. He was making solid content. His commentary was good. He was a video editor actually for other YouTubers and that kind of stuff. And he's doing content creation of his own, and he wants to make a bunch more Kenshi content. He's working on a long form video that he's going to put out. And I hopped in and shared it in the Discord because I want to be a positive impact on the community more than anything else, more than even successful on YouTube or successful in the community. I want to be a positive influence. I want to be a good side to the community, because every community's got upsides and downsides. Every community's got positive and negative. I want to be not the negative, Calvin, I installed your reshade yesterday. It is amazing. Thanks. I would like to change my dark UI to the one you're using, because if not, the mask seems a bit off. Can you share its name, please? Offhand, what is it? There's an alternative. It's like dark UI alternative. It's the Rust one. I don't know if I can. Maybe I might be able to see it in my mod list. It'd be up towards the top. Dark UI, dark vanilla UI is what it is. Dark vanilla UI. That's the one that gives it that rusty look there. It's the dark vanilla UI. There's a rusty version of it. It helps with the UI quite a bit. That's the one I'd recommend. I want to be a chaotic influence in the community. I know you do. That's why you're the mod in my chat. That's why you're the chat mod logic. You're the chaos to balance out my my neutral good. You're the chaotic neutral to balance out my neutral good. Spread soldier drone. Yeah. I'm just going to get a bunch of soldier drones, and I'm going to name them all Seems Logical, specifically just to irk you. That's what I'm going to do. I forgot the reason why I came here. What was it for? Oh, I was getting wheat straw. I was getting more wheat straw. That was the plan. I need electrical components more. That's what I need. I need electrical components more. Okay. That was the reason I came here. Actually, you know what else I should do? What is the shop counter? What does the shop counter cost to make? I'm pretty sure it's just building materials, right? Shop counter, large. Yeah, building materials. Here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do. I am going to build the shop counter inside what will eventually be our store. I'm going to get that built. Get that built. I'm building up a reputation for myself. Yeah, it's funny, Logic. Everyone knows that you're the guy. You're the one that hates the soldier, the hive soldiers. Everybody knows he's the guy. He's that guy. That's the guy. That's the one that rants about the hive soldiers all the time. He's the guy. That's him. He's that guy. Everybody knows. I don't know if that's good. I don't know if that's a good thing, to be honest with you. I don't know if that's a good thing. That is the reputation that you have built for yourself. He's the guy who's chronically racist against hive soldiers. Specifically for their lack of helmets. It really bothers him. It upsets him. It upsets him quite a bit. Just gonna all all of that. All of that. Hero, when you do the Star Wars mod, what are your goals besides becoming a Sith Lord? I have no fucking earthly idea because I've never played it. So I have no earthly idea. I'm going to have a Sith Lord. I think I'm probably, I don't know. I think I want to run an Empire. I want to run a Sith Empire of sorts or a Dark Empire. I want to have a bunch of clone troopers. Yeah, I want to have a bunch of clone troopers that just line up like a firing squad. I want to have some Sith. I don't want to have a lot of Sith though. I think I'm really going to limit the amount of Sith that I can have. I may end up just having two. I'll have like two Sith, and then maybe like a handful of Sith acolytes, like fake Sith. But yeah. What's wrong with a bit of fantasy racism amongst friends? No, you're totally right. You're totally right. The other day I play D&D on Fridays. I DM on Fridays, and my party went to a large dwarven city. I had them for the mission. They're going on go to a dwarven city called Karak Fashu because I was feeling sentimental because my dwarf playthrough was finishing up the following week. This was last Friday. And so I had them go to a large underground dwarf city named Karak Fashu. And in my world, the dwarves have been at war. This particular group of dwarves have been at war with the orcs for a long time. And I had them call them filthy tuskers. And there are two orcs in the party, and they were pleasantly and unpleasantly shocked by the number of orc slurs that I was throwing out in the game, which makes sense for the situation they were in. The dwarves have not only been at war with orcs for a long time, but also in this instance, a goblin shaman who is not an orc, but it's a fellow child of Maglubiot was they're raising the corpses of the ancient dwarves' ancestors and forcing them to fight their own ancestors every night. So they already hate they already hate the orcs, and now the orcs are raising their dead and forcing them to fight their ancestors and desecrating their corpses and graves. So extra racism against the orcs for that. And the group was pleasantly and unpleasantly shooketh by the some of the slurs I was throwing out for orcs. Considering, again, two of them are orcs. They were not ready. They were not ready. You work that one. Gotta work that one. Yes. Hydroponics for days. We're making some serious progress, everybody. Sheks probably, but Hero League might carry. I don't know which. I don't know. I feel like the Shek have pretty good insults for people. Flat skin by itself is kind of insulting. The ones for the Hero League, I don't consider the ones for the Hero League like slurs as much as them throwing some really fucking funny insults their way. Like, I don't even know if they're necessarily slurs. I mean, maybe they're slurs, but they just seem more like just really fucking rude insults. Just really rude insults. They're just rude. They're just really fucking rude. Hell yeah. Okay, we're making some serious progress now. We've starting to get surplus of wheat straw. So I'm going to have your job is to haul to the wheat straws. That's your job. That's all you do. You grab the wheat straw, you haul it. You grab the wheat straw, you haul it. Get to hauling, Popsicle. Hop on it. Hell yeah. We need some bread ovens. That's what we need to do. So now we got to make some bread ovens because we have to start making bread. For 40k orcs, they have the most fun. 40k orcs are fun. I agree. They're basically fungus people, which is literally one of my favorite traits about them. I think it's so funny. They're literally just fungus people. Where is it? We need a grain silo. That's what it is. We need to grind up some grain. Grind up some grain. Make some bread. Grind up some grain and make some bread. Do that right here. Fantastic. We also need some storage for the wheat, for the stuff, for the flour that we make too. It's not wheat straw, straw flour. Red basket. Where is it? Oh, flower storage. There it is. There she is. There she is. All right, we're gonna store this down here as well. There's got to be a spot we can store. You know, we'll just pile it up in the center here. I guess straight strip. Nice strip of sacks of flour, and we'll alternate back and forth for the vibes. For the vibes, for the VOD. Oh man. I am glad to hear that that one guy that we hopped on stream for yesterday is he's happy with the Kenshi community. That he was impressed with our community. I am happy to hear that. Good stuff. Good stuff. There we go. One of my friends got Tau, another one got Works, and someone else got Space Marines. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I am less knowledgeable with 40k than I am with Warhammer Fantasy. I actually know a lot more about Warhammer Fantasy. I know a lot more about Warhammer Fantasy lore than I do Warhammer 40k. Alright, so now we've got the straw flour. So now we got one guy hauling the straw flour. Your job is to operate the grain silo. That's what you do now. You operate the grain silo. Yes. I like how we just have like we're creating a very steady workforce of skeletons now. That's just what they do. We just have a nice steady supply of skeletons working round the clock. Okay, and now we need bread ovens. It's happening, guys. It's happening. We're gonna be cooking and making food before we know it. Before we even know it. Actually, because we're doing this, I'm going to dismantle this cooking stove. And I'm going to dismantle this cooking stove after Looter takes the water out of it. Dismantle that cooking. Then I'm going to put a bread oven on either side. A restaurant offers meals. Dry bread, dry cactus, dirt. Oh, yeah, no, we're a dry society. We're a dry society. We offer all kinds of meals. Only the best. Only the best. Bitch, it's not going to let me because of the clipping. Because of the clipping. I don't feel like messing with a Shift F12 right now. It's okay. We will... Is there an alternative that I can use? No, of course not. Of course not. Of course not. Fine. Baking bread outside, anyone? Maybe? I'll put it downstairs, mayhaps. Yeah, we'll put it downstairs. We'll put it downstairs. I have the ovens. I have the ovens right here. I just need a couple of them, probably three. Probably 3 ovens will do. Three ovens will do. Yes. Oh, man. Okay. So now we've got the bread ovens going, so now we're going to have to attach somebody to those as well. Where the enforcer's at, you're doing the grain silo. Guess what your job is? Your job is to work the bread ovens. Good, good, good. Everyone's got a job. And we're going to have more wheat straw than we know what to do with soon, so it's going to work out just fine. The one area we might struggle is with water, between all the water that we're using. Hopefully that isn't a long-term issue, but... Who are you? Oh, it's just a Blood Raider. Where the hell is the Blood Raiders based at? Aren't they up here? Pretty sure they're up here. Yeah, that sounds right. We'll go deal with them in a little bit. We'll get rid of them. Sick of them. Sick of them. I'm sick of them. By God, I'm sick of them. Don't even get me started on painting minis. It's not even fun. You know what? Fuck it. You've got me started on painting minis. Hold on. This is the last of my minis that are not currently packed up. Take a gander how many of these are actually painted and how many of them are not. The answer is most of them are not. 90% of my minis are packed up right now because we're trying to buy a new house. But like I'm so behind. I'm so behind. It's not even funny. I'm so behind. Your boy is so behind. Your boy is so behind. I try to get to him, but my God, I'm so behind. I'm always like, I'm going to dedicate a day to painting my minis, and then I get like, I paint like 7 of them, and yeah. How many hours do I have in Kenshi? Roughly 2,500. Thank you for the super chat, by the way. Roughly 2,500. Too many. Too many. Probably too many. Probably too many. I have roughly 2,500 hours in Kenshi. I think I need to make another straw flower. I think I need to make another one. Still staying in New York buying a house or looking elsewhere with less taxed pastures? I don't know. It depends. It depends. My job lets me go anywhere. Because of what it is. So it kind of depends. We're looking around. We're looking at a few different places. Kind of hard to say right now. Hard to say right now. We're looking around. I'd like to get somewhere warmer, but the warmer places are usually more taxed or have shittier economies or higher cost of living. So I don't know. We're up in the air. We're still looking though. We've been looking pretty much everywhere. So, but yeah, no, I have roughly 2,500 hours in Kenshi, give or take. I think it's like 2570 or something like that. Long number, a lot of hours, many hours, many hours. Just on my Dwarven playthrough that I just finished up, I put 100 hours in. Just on that one, I put 100 hours in. All right, so we need. Grab you two. All right, so we got 2 guys making straw flour. We're making tons of bread. Bread is good. Okay. We need bread storage now. We need bread baskets. Guys, it's happening. It's happening. My God, it's happening. We're making food. It's happening. It's only been 9 episodes, but we're finally doing it. We're doing it. It's happening. All right. We'll get some bread baskets. Tons of bread. All right. Lee Valley, Pennsylvania is a nice area to raise a family. Easton has particularly impressed me. Charlotte, North Carolina, Asheville, North Carolina as well. So nice. I like the Carolinas. My wife's not a fan. I have friends down there, but she's not a huge fan of the Carolinas. Plus, she's got a really good support network up here, and I can live anywhere, even if my friends aren't around. But she's got a good support network up here, and if she doesn't want to leave that, I'm not going to make her. So, we're kind of tossed up on that. She's hesitant on states like Pennsylvania because she's going to be trying to start a business here, and she doesn't know if her business model is going to be, work in Pennsylvania. She wants a town that's very like walkable, whereas I kind of want to be not super duper fucking close to the town. I live in the burbs. The house I own right now is in the burbs, and I prefer to be somewhere with a little bit more space. I have good relationships with my neighbors, but I'm sick of having them. That makes sense. I'm sick of having them. So I want a little bit more space, a little bit more land. And we need a bigger house because of the kids. So, we're rocking like a 1,950 square feet right now, which like sounds like a fair amount, but it's we have 2 kids and 2 dogs, and we're just a little cramped, and we could use a little bit more space. So we're working on it. We're looking at a lot of places. Like I said, we're shopping around. She's really looking into like Massachusetts, which has higher cost of living, but the economy is generally better there. And so I don't know. It's there. It's there. We're also being a lot more particular this time than the first time we bought a house. The first time we got something we liked, and it was good for us at the time. I don't at all regret buying this house whatsoever, especially with the way the property values have gone. But in the long term, this is the house. We want this to be the last house that we move into. So, we're being more particular this time. Last time we knew that it wasn't going to be the last one. We just knew that we wanted to buy when the market was still good, because we bought right before, like, we bought in we closed on this house in December of 2019. COVID hit in March of 2020, and the housing market ballooned like 3 months after, 2 3 months after that. So shit, the value on my house has more than doubled since I bought it, thankfully. So we 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 picked a good time. We picked a good time. We lucked out pretty well. It was all good stuff. All right, we are switching from chew sticks to dust witches. Hell to the yeah. We're making dust witches, everybody. So one piece of bread makes a dust witch. Like, yeah, one bread makes a dust witch. We need a handful of cacti for it, though. The good news, though, is that each dust witch is like 75. Is it 75 food? If I recall. 70 food, yeah, which is way better than the filthy chew sticks we've been making for 20. That have been enough to basically keep us satiated, but not enough to actually like feed us. You know, we need a surplus is the issue. We need a surplus. Who's operating the bread ovens? You are, okay. So you also need to be hauling to these as well. When you're not operating the bread oven, you need to be hauling. Haul, haul, haul. Nice. Nice, we're making progress. Shifty, hello. I see you decided to re-up, Shifty. I see you decided to re-up. Welcome back, comrade. Welcome back. Many thanks. Many thanks. This is good. This is good. We're making some solid progress, guys. We are we're gonna be, you know, filling up those shop counters before we know it. This is exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. I actually, shit, do I have another robot that's not doing anything? I do. You, sir, are going to be cooking on the cooking stove, and we're going to be doubling up that dust witch production. Get it done. Luther, I only need you to operate one cooking stove, which is this one. Sorry. Empty. Ah, yes, we need cacti. Okay. The Kenshi diet is truly miserable. You have no idea. My God, yes. The people here eat literal shit. It's literal shit. It's cactus spread on like dry bread. It tastes like sawdust, I imagine. I do think the meat cube, the meat wraps and the food cubes probably taste okay. And the gohan. You know, the gohan's basically just rice, but I imagine it tastes okay, you know? So, no, but for the most part, the diet here has got to be absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible. I can't imagine it's great for anybody. I can't imagine it's great for anybody. Burn, I want you to get up on this turret. I want you to get up on that turret. And then do we have anybody else that should be running a turret right now? We'll have you hop on one, and we'll have you hop on one. That'll do. Boom. Boomski. Got all these turrets up and running. Nice. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Making food, Kenshi food sounds like trying to live underwater in 40K. Well, my 20K special, I'm slated right now to hit 20K by like April. If I hit 20K in April, I plan on doing a 20K special where I make Kenshi food IRL. I'm excited to see it. Yeah, we're gonna be 20K special is gonna be me cooking Kenshi food IRL, or at least a couple of them. I'm gonna make edible versions of it, Kenshi food that doesn't taste like fucking dog water. But yeah, I'm gonna be making Kenshi food IRL. So very excited about it. Very excited about it. Probably gonna be somewhat of a disaster, but we'll figure it out. We will figure it out. Need the cactus to finish growing. Where are our farmers? Where are they at? Garrett, yeah, you guys need to hop to it. What are you guys doing? What are you guys doing? Where are you at? Oh, he's actually over here doing what I need him to do. Never mind. Carry on. Carry on. Favorite Kenshi mod? Old Ironsides. Hands down. Hapless fucking cooked with it, man. My favorite Kenshi mod, hands down, Old Ironsides. The Ironsides mod is... They should have been in vanilla. Look at them. They are designed to perfection. They function phenomenally. They're a fantastic addition to the game. And they look good enough to have been in the base game. Like, have been canon. Yeah, Old Ironsides, hands down. It needs to be in every playthrough. Every playthrough I do will have Old Ironsides. Even when I download Project Cthulhu, I'm probably gonna add Old Ironsides to it. I'm gonna level with you. I gotta be honest with you. Okay, I've gotta be honest with you. Ah, motherfucker. I'm gonna delete this particular wheat straw because I'm getting stuck under there. Happens every time. If you do make that Kenshi food video, sourcing the cactus will be the hardest part. I'll figure it out. I don't know what I'll do yet, but I'll figure it out. I'll find something out. I don't know yet. Sean, hello. How are you? How for art thou? Welcome to the stream, good sir. Welcome to the stream. We're making dust witches. Tons and tons of dust witches. Yeah. My favorite Kenshi mod is Recruitable Prisoners. Recruitable Prisoners is probably my most useful Kenshi mod, I think. But Old Ironsides is just, it's so good. It's perfect, man. Hapless, he cooked with it. He killed it. It was great. Everything about it was perfect. And down to the last detail. Just chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Yeah. Hapless is a really cool guy. I have not messaged him in quite a while. I should do that. I should chat with him soon. I haven't chatted with him in a while. Although he has stopped Kenshi modding. Unfortunately. He no longer mods. He decided to prioritize... Couldn't you shift F12 to move the wheat thing instead of removing it? Yeah, I could have, but... you know, I mean, we're not making a surplus of wheat quite yet anyway, so it's not the end of the world. We're basically just making... we're using it as fast as we produce it. The wheat straw barrels are mostly for holding, for transit, but that's about it. But I could have moved it, yeah. Which faction has the best armor dye scheme? I want to say the Grass Pirates, but there are others that are neat. Which one has the best armor dye scheme? I don't know. I'm fucking lame and really like the Second Empire police colors. Who doesn't love a good black or gray color scheme? I'm a level with you. Yeah. Holy Nation's armor does have a decent variety of color schemes, and they're all pretty dyeable too, so you can get them into some pretty decent dyes, especially if you have the Dyer's Guild mod on, like I do, where you can go to these paint shops and there's a ton of different dye options there. Those are always fun. Those are always good. Dye them different colors. Reavers have really cool armor. Yeah, that's true. The Reavers do have pretty badass armor as well. They do. Excuse me. The Hackstopper armor is a really cool armor in general. It's got a really cool vibe to it. It's got a good vibe. I'm vibing with it. How are we doing on iron plate production? Oh, good. We're actually producing a surplus of iron plates again. That's good. We're going to need those. We are going to need those. I thought the police color scheme was just plain blue. Agni's part of that faction. It's like a gray blue. It's like a blackish blue. I like it because it's got that like darker tone to it. It's like a gray blue though. It's not straight blue. It's like a dark like black blue. So gray blue. Very dark though. Agnew is part of that faction, but yeah, no. I think in game it's listed as black. It's not blue, but it doesn't look black. It looks like a dark like a blackish blue. What about the Fishmen? Were they the real natives of the moon? I think the Fishmen have the potential to be one of the real natives of the moon, but they also could be another byproduct of, you know, genetic experimentation or screwing with things or anything like that. I think the most likely candidate for, you know, beings that are native to the moon would be the Leviathan, maybe the Garu and the Sand Skimmers, maybe. But the Leviathans for sure, possibly Garu and Sand Skimmers, and maybe Swamp Turtles, and then the Fishmen are a part maybe as well. But I think that I think the most likely, like the definitive one, is the Leviathans. I don't see any world in which they were introduced. Sand Skimmers Sand Skimmers and Garus pose good chance, but not guaranteed. And then like Sand Skimmers and Fishmen are a maybe, but I don't know. I think everything else was introduced though. I actually like the Southern Hive uses purple. Purple was the color of royalty in real life because it's the most expensive dye to acquire, so only high nobles wore purple. I think it's cool. I think that their purple is good. Purple's just not my color. It's just not my color. It's just not for me. Not really my preference. But I do think it's a cool color. I do. I do. You know what? Now that we have some excess building supplies, I'm actually going to run in here and we're going to decorate up Chateau McChicken a bit. We're going to decorate up Chateau McChicken. This is the home of the Don. The home of the Don. We're gonna decorate this place up a little bit. Just a little bit. Not a lot, but a bit. Get a nice double bed in here. Ooh, damn, son. No, that's too fancy. We're gonna give him his own room. That's for sure. The Don. He is the Don. Do we have partitions? Wall dividers? Anything? No? Oh god, we are really underdeveloped in our interiors right now. Maybe we wait on this. I was gonna decorate in there, but maybe we wait on that. I think we need to develop our we need to get more furniture first. When I did my Kenshi Republic playthrough about a year ago, I had my army's gear colored with the Southern Hive scheme. The visored helmets look amazing with it. I believe you. I believe you. Purple on black is a color scheme that slaps. I got some pocket knives in that color scheme, and they always catch the eye. Purple and black does go. It does go hard. It can go hard. I agree. It can go hard. Again, purple's just not really my cover, but I see the appeal. Just not really my vibe. That's all. Attack? That seems fucking rude. And unnecessary, by the way. Unnecessary. But I guess it's good training fodder for our boys here. Got to build up their martial arts, because all of our enforcers are martial artists. So, I guess it's good training for our boys. I'm gonna actually put Clem here in other gear. I don't think he needs to be in Holy Nation gear anymore. I'm gonna put him in dark tight rag. What do you mean caught stealing? I mean caught stealing. Caught stealing. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. Can't steal from people that you've knocked the fuck out. Okay. I wish that some skilled folk, clearly not me, makes an ultra minimalistic UI. Most of the UI buttons displayed, I rarely use them. Yeah, I do wish that Kenshi's UI was a little bit less cumbersome. I wish there was a simplified version of it. Like, you can have all the important stuff here, but I wish it was just like condensed down a little bit. It's a little big. That's one thing I do miss about my ultra wide monitor is the UI is lower because it's stretched out more, so it's not quite as high. That is one thing I do miss about using my ultra wide, but you know, what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do? Beat them down, beat them down. Hive workers probably live about a decade or two. Princes maybe a decade more. Soldiers rarely make it to adulthood, so only about a year or two. Queens are near immortal. Yeah, it's hard to say about the aging of the hivers, what their lifespan is, all of that stuff. You know, we have evidence to indicate that the queens are potentially immortal. Ageless, not immortal, but ageless, right? Because those are two different things. That they don't age, though. Or that their lifespans are incredibly long. You know, I think that the queens that we see, the Southern Hive Queen and the Western Queen, are the same queens that showed up at the tail end of the Second Empire. I think they were designed to be, to live a very long time. And there's a good amount of evidence to point to that as well. So, yeah, I don't know. I do wish that... I think we're gonna get more answers to that kind of stuff in Kenshi too, though. I think we're gonna get more answers to that kind of stuff. As we might need to make more. I think we need to make more cactus farms. My God. My God. I made the mistake of wearing a Holy Nation armor when I went to Manga earlier. Mistakes were made. Mistakes have been made. Igor's been around a long time, hasn't he? Yeah, I want to say that hivers actually live. I think they have comparable lifespans to humans. To be honest with you, I just think a lot of them end up dying because, like, when you're part of a hive mind, what's one death? What's one drone that gets killed? It's really, I don't think it's, it is what it is. I don't know. I don't think that a single death is a big deal to the hive. Obviously they don't want it, like it's to be avoided, but like I don't think that they're like, oh no, like if someone dies, they die. The soldiers die because like that's kind of their purpose in a way. Like they exist to fight, to protect, and to die if they need to. The rest of the hive, um, is more expendable. I think the only ones that really matter if they die are the princes. But I would imagine that their lifespans are somewhat similar to that of humans. We don't know how long Igor's been around, but it's been presumably at least, roughly 50 years. We don't know how long he's been in the service of Tengu, but I don't know. I would want to say that Igor is at least 30 to 50 years old. That's just me throwing out a number. I don't have, like, I'm just using, like, the general connection to, like, when Tengu took over and the Red Rebellion and all that stuff. Like, he's been in control for a couple of decades, couple of years, but I imagine Igor was established before then and was around before then because he, is incredibly strong and has clearly spent a long time building up his strength.
Oh, excuse me.
So I imagine that Igor is, quite, is at least, between, 25 and 40 something years old, something like that. So I don't know. I think that the skeletons, the hivers are, have similar, comparable lifespans to humans. What if the skeletons took some inspiration from the Bugmaster and added some crab DNA to them, causing them to be ageless? Well, that's the idea that I had, is that the Bugmaster was the geneticist that created the hivers for Catlon, and in the process of creating the hivers, he used crab DNA to prevent the shortening of telomeres, which makes the hiver queens effectively ageless. And once he realized how to do that, he applied those genes to himself, which is why he's still around after all this time. It's because he, modified his own DNA to be effectively ageless by preventing the degradation, the shortening of his own telomeres, so his cells are able to infinitely reproduce without decaying in quality. There's no degradation of his DNA or anything like that because his telomeres aren't shortening. So his DNA can reproduce infinitely without degrading, and that comes from crabs, lobsters. They can all do that as well. So I don't think that they took inspiration from the Bugmaster and put them on the queens. I think that the Bugmaster created the queens and then used the information he had learned when he did that and applied it to himself, so that way he would have the time to build up the army that he needs to fight Catlon. Guys, we are doing it. We are making dust witches, and we're making them faster than we're eating them, which is kind of awesome. Kind of awesome. Kind of a big deal. These are kind of a big deal. Is the subrace description tab in the Hiver soldiers says the Hiver soldiers are dumb. How dumb are they? IQ under 75 dumb? Dozen couldn't figure out a light bulb dumb. Eats glue dumb. I imagine that they are like, this is going to be this is going to come off as super disrespectful, and I am not trying to make it disrespectful, but it is. Statistically speaking, the best soldiers have an IQ of around like 80 to 85 because they're smart enough to be given like direction, but stupid enough to where they don't question it. They can follow direction, but they don't question it. So I'm going to say they're probably like 80, 85. 80, 85. Yeah, I would say that if I had to put an IQ number to a hive soldier, probably like 80, like 75 to 85, somewhere in there. Stupid enough to where they're not going to question orders, but smart enough to where they can follow the orders. They make the perfect soldiers. Their head is empty and they do as they're told. They do as they're told. But you don't have to babysit them. I wasn't worried about disrespecting the Hive soldiers. I was more talking about like real life soldiers in regards to like studies have showed that soldiers that are not that like lower like to be a good soldier you have to be stupid. That's not what I mean. But like there has been studies that show that there is a sweet spot in terms of IQ where like you're smart enough to take direction, but not smart enough to where you're going to question everything. You're kind of just like a slate that's willing to be directed. Movie like gives a good example. Here's a good example for it. Look at like Forrest Gump, right? Dude was a phenomenal soldier because he was physically fit, physically capable. He was just smart enough to follow direction and just dumb enough to where he would never question it. He just did as he was told. He ran with it, but you didn't have to babysit him in that way. That's the way I kind of see it. Or Reese, yeah, like Reese. You just turn off the brain and you just run with it. Just do as you're told. Just do with what you're told. They did an experiment with that in Vietnam. It was morally questionable, but at best, I believe you. I believe you. There's there's a threshold where you don't want to cross that, but like, part of the Vietnam thing was well, I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to get into that. Not what I'm here for. But my point is that there is a sweet spot where like you can just turn your brain off and follow directions, right? Because that's what your job is as a soldier, is to follow orders. Your job is to follow orders and fulfill the duty or the task in front of you. And at a certain point, you start to question those things, and you're not able to put 110% in if you're too busy poking holes in it in your brain, because it's like trying to sell a product you don't believe in. It's really hard for a lot of people to do, to sell a product that they don't believe in, that they don't think is worth selling. And it's because even if they can lie and they can push it to a degree, they won't be able to push it as much if they were to believe in it. But if you just shut your brain off and do as you're told, at a certain point, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. Just do as you're told. Just do as you're told. So, yeah, I think the Hive soldiers are probably pretty dumb, but not so dumb that they can't function. Just dumb enough to where they'll do what they need to do without question. They make they make good soldiers. Good soldiers. But again, not in a disrespectful way, just in like a this is what the data shows kind of way. Just in a data kind of way. McNamara's morons. Yeah, I don't actually know much about that. I'll have to look into that. I'm unaware. I am unaware. All right, we're gonna drop a couple more. Oh, these are small farmlands. Well, no, we'll drop small ones, and then we'll build them up. That's the goal. We can do a slowdown in production for a little while. In terms of like making food, I just need to get more. I need to get more farmland being made, more cactuses being made. More cacti. Ton of stuff. Dumb enough to eat a dust witch, not smart enough to ask for a glass of water, of Wawa. Couple more farms made. Perfect. And then who do we have running these? I'm pretty sure we have it's Carrot, Snorky? Carrot and Snorky. Cool. So we'll get these built. This needs to be built as well, so we're going to build you. Perfect. Perfect. So some of our hauls are going to go towards increasing our cacti production, so that way we can start pumping out more of that. We are going to need to increase our water production, though, because I think that's part of our issue, is that we're not making enough water right now to make bread. Because we need water to make Yeah, we need water to make bread. And I mean, well, no, actually, we have a decent amount of water for making bread, and we're not using it to make dust witches, to make chew sticks anymore. So I guess it's getting there. You ever play Manor Lords? Placing the farmland made me think of it. No, but I want to. It's been on my Steam wish list for forever. I just haven't gotten around to doing it. It has been on my Steam wish list forever. I always end up talking myself out of it. I need to stop doing that because it looks absolutely phenomenal. It looks absolutely phenomenal. I do need to get it at some point. It's on my list. It's on my list. And I want to play it during one of my Sunday streams as well. One of my non-Kenshi streams. Who's the dumbest? Hive Soldiers, Cannibals, or Guerrilla Bandits? Oh, that's a tough one. It's either Guerrilla Bandits or Hive Soldiers. I don't think Cannibals are that dumb. I think they're just, like... I think Cannibals are dumb, but I also think that part of what we think about them as dumb is that they... is a cultural difference. You know, like I think that they just live in a different world. They have their own things going on, their own cultures that their own dialect and stuff like that makes them maybe seem a bit dumber than they are. They are dumb, but I don't think they're as dumb as the Guerrilla Bandits or the Hive Soldiers. Intellectually speaking, because I actually like the Hive Soldiers. Hive Soldiers are my favorite hivers, actually, but it's fine. Don't worry about it. Cannibals just don't want to eat dust witches. That's all. They just want some protein. That's all. They just want some sweet protein. They wanna make sure they're intaking plenty of creatine. Want to make sure they're taking in their creatine. That's why they're eating all that red meat. You know. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. Are those ghouls in here? The Brotherhood gonna come clean up your base? Can't wait. What do you mean? Are those ghouls in here? The Brotherhood gonna come clean up your base? I guess. What are you talking about? What you mean? What you mean? What you mean? I don't understand. Maybe I'm misreading it. I don't know what you mean. Clarification required. Instructions unclear. Buried self in bowl of cheese. I'm out of water. That sucks. That sucks. They want man witches. I mean, make tonight a man witch night. You know what I'm saying? I do love myself a good man witch. I do love myself a good man witch. Alright, we're going to pull everyone back into the base for right now, and I'm going to close up the doors. Close up the door, and then I wonder, can I pick him up through the gate? Can I do that? I can! Haha! No need to open my gate. No, I do not. Oh, Brotherhood is in Brotherhood of Steel? Maybe? No? Maybe? I don't know. Someone's gonna have to... Yeah, someone's gonna have to explain that one to me. Man witches are also called warlocks. No? Oh, you're funny. That's funny. You funny. You funny. You a funny guy. You a funny guy. Oh, you know what else I need to do at some point? I need to continue my process of turning my guys into nuggets. I did Shrike, and I did Crumble John. I've got to get the other ones too. I've got to get Ruka next. We got to turn Ruka into a nugget. Once we start getting some more cash on us, we'll be able to start nuggeting people more consistently. We need money to do so. We need cash to do so. Sweet money. Sweet fundage. We require it. We require money. I want to see how these... So we have six like MK2 crossbows with lights now. And I'm wondering how that's going to fare when we get attacked. Taxman's on their way to us too, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, Taxman's on their way. The Taxmans are coming. IRS, IRS, show me my money. Take my money. Take my cash. All right. Yeah. Come collect your shekels. There you go. Boom. Close up. We're locking ourselves in the base for a little while. I want to just focus on production. Yeah, they're just flaying anyone that comes near. What are they shooting at? I have no idea. I have no idea who they're shooting at right now. Alright. What is the most lucrative and legal way to make money in Kenshi? Cooking, smithing, making alcohol, bounty hunting, or something else? Well, in vanilla, a lot of the shops, the vendors, don't actually have that much money in their inventory. So, um, selling things becomes incredibly difficult in the long run because the higher valued items are tougher to do. Not the muff buffs turn these jerks into couches, bro. I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't know if maybe I'm missing something. I have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, so selling things in the long term is difficult because like they don't have um they don't have a lot of money in their inventory. I have mods that up their inventory and up the amount of cats that they have. You can go from city to city selling stuff, but like there's some items in the game that are valued so high that you can't even sell them because no vendor has enough money for you to sell them to them. Unless you go to like Black Desert City, they have usually more money on them. And stuff like that. Bounty hunting is a good way to make money, but the problem is there's only so many bounties in the game. From like high value bounties, smaller ones do exist, but those are fewer and far between, and it's not sustainable consistently unless you're really good at it, and you have good RNG and good luck at the draw. You can do cooking because, like in vanilla Kenshi too, the only things that people will buy consistently from shops are food and medical supplies. But you also have to think about the local economies. So if you wanted like a quick, lucrative, easy way to make long-term money, it's selling in the United Cities food and medical supplies. Those are the two things. Sell food and medical supplies in the United Cities, and you can make some cash. But other than that, it's slim pickings out there. It's a tough world. It's a tough world. It's a hip hop world, son. You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. But no, I mean, bounty hunting and selling cities, going from city to city, salvaging and selling things is the easiest way. But you have to be aware that the higher value stuff you're gonna have to sell it like Black Desert City because no one else is gonna have enough money to actively pay you for the stuff. Like a lot of shopkeepers don't carry that many cats on them to buy the really high value stuff. So, you know. Which Kenshi city, if erased off the map, would make the lowest impact on the state of the game? The lowest impact on the state of the game if erased off the map, Black Desert City. I mean, you're talking like major city, like whole city, Black Desert City. They don't affect anybody. They're in exile. They don't do anything. They've been in exile for 1,000+ years. They don't do shit. Most people on Kenshi don't even know they're there. Most people on Kenshi don't even know they exist. They don't even know they're there. So, and even the ones that do know they're there, they can't go there. Like they can't go like interact with them at all because, the place is kind of super inhospitable and difficult to get to because it's a perpetual. It's basically just like slag, tar, and molten rain and acid rain. It's not a great place to be. Not a great place to be. Get these farms built up. Get more cacti being built. We're gonna have to get these things upgraded too. Small, upgrade you. You're medium. You're small. You're small, and then I think you're medium now too. Yeah, so we'll get the 3 small upgraded, and we'll go from there. Got to get these mammoth jammas upgraded. We need more cacti, because more cacti means more dust witches. What are we doing on bread? Bread production is going. I guess one upside to the cacti taking so long is that it lets us catch up on bread production. Because we need a lot of bread. We need a lot of bread. It looks like we're starting to make a surplus, but it's hard to say because we do have chew sticks. And I don't know if they're maybe eating the chew sticks first, but it does look like we have a surplus being made. We need to get more people on farming, too. Do we have anybody else that's not doing anything? Standing around. Cutter? Yeah. Okay. We need more. Oh, you know what? The mule. The mule can do it. Farm, 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 farm. All of you farm. Farming for days. That's what you do. We need more people farming. We need to get this shit out as soon as possible. I would have said Brink. That city looks cool being built inside of a ruin, but it offers nothing fundamental to the game since everything is destroyed. The wildlife can overwhelm them. Yeah, I mean, but the thing is I think people like actively live there, and the United Cities, well, they haven't. Well, you know, obviously they're not like maintaining it. It is, you know, a part of their society, I believe. It is the United Cities, correct? It's been a while since I've been to Brink. Yeah, Brink should be UC. Yeah. It's part of the United Cities, and, you know, I think that they would still be frustrated at the prospect of losing it, whereas the Black Desert City, like, again, those skeletons are living in the Black Desert. No one's going there. There's no economy. Nothing's happening. Like, it's basically just dead weight. The place is dead weight. They have good production, and, like, they're making good stuff there, but none of it's getting exported, so what the hell does it matter, you know? What does it even matter? I need engineering research, 4 of them. Okay. Wait, can I upgrade my walls? Is that a thing? These are only wall level 2. Why can't I upgrade to 3? I should be able to, right? Hold on. Hold on. What is this? What is this nonsense? Defensive wall. Wall 3. Yeah. Can I not upgrade the walls? Do I have to manually rebuild my wall? That'd be fucking annoying. I'll do it, but I don't want to. I'll do it, but I'm not happy about it. Yeah, I may need to manually rebuild my wall at some point. Put in a wall level 3. That's annoying. For some reason, I thought you could upgrade gates, your walls and stuff to the next, like your defensive walls to the next one. I thought you could upgrade those. That's weird. That's weird. Why is that? What is the deal on that? Why? Yeah, that's weird. I could have swore you could upgrade those. Maybe I'm stupid. Maybe I'm remembering it wrong. Maybe I've gone yumpy. Mayhaps I have gone yumpy. Excuse me. Alright, well, I guess so. We have hashish production, right? Yeah, we have hemp and all that. So we need hydroponic hemp is what we need. 4 ancient science books for hydroponic hemp. So we are going to have to make a trip out of the base at some point to grab more ancient science books. Kenshi city that would have no impact? Well, that would be mine. Touché! Touché! You're not wrong. Touché! Is there any lore on how the hell the Shrieking Bandits have such high numbers for just running around screaming and attacking everyone they see? How is it they feed such a population, such a large population for that matter? They're nomads. And, you know, they're not just running around shrieking and yelling at people. They have their own language. And that language is the byproduct of cultural, like, adjustments that have been made after, you know, generations upon generations of fleeing from the cannibals, in addition to the fact that they were also probably at one point the victims of that, the same heavy metal poisoning that caused the cannibals in the Cannibal Plains. They're the ones that didn't turn to cannibalism, and they ended up going on the run, but they were locked into the region because the Second Empire, believe it or not, the Second Empire didn't fight the cannibals with the intention of destroying them. They were containing them. A lot of their outposts suggest a very defensive position. They were locking them into their region, and they were defensive. They weren't like actively going out and hunting cannibals for the sake of eradicating them. They were defensive. So those of the population that didn't turn to cannibalism but still suffered from you know, heavy metal poisoning would be on the run. They'd be yelling and all of that stuff. And over generations upon generations of being unable to sleep, because you know what happens in the Cannibal Plains, if you lay down and go to bed, cannibals come and try to pick your ass up and run off with you. Generations upon generations of constantly being on the move and running and stuff turned into a cultural thing, where they became effectively nomadic nomadic tribes of people that are incredibly distrusting, and they've developed their own language and dialect and screams. You know, they're not just screaming; it's their own language. They've developed their own language, and there's evidence to that in some of the nomad notes, where the nomads literally refer to the cannibals as just being misunderstood nomads, meaning that they've had some kind of interaction and potentially even dialogue with them. The nomads are just they're just misunderstood. They're just nomads. They have their own culture and dialect. We just don't understand it. That's all. We just don't get it. That's all. That is all. But their culture was likely born from years and years of running away from the cannibals, and they adapted their culture to be part of that, you know? Constantly running, constantly yelling. Yelling is a way to signal to each other, and that kind of stuff. And over generations upon generations of being constantly on the run and fleeing from cannibals in that nomadic lifestyle, they eventually just... their culture evolved from it. It became that. Their genius is tortured with realizing the brutal reality of Kenshi. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe that's part of it. Maybe they're just absolutely big-brained boys. There should be... Yeah, there's an assault headed towards us. I don't know. I don't want to come with your wares. Although, please stick around for just a little while, because there are... there's a thug attack coming towards us, and I would very much like you to deal with them, but I don't think you're going to stick around for that long. Don't you love the queen? No hives? No. I'm good. Who do you think will discover helmets first? Hive soldiers or shrieking bandits? Hive soldiers, to be honest with you. The shrieking bandits are, in my line of thinking, my theory. The reason why they're naked is because, again, they can't put down roots anywhere, because in their culture, in their history, the cannibals would attack them anytime they put down roots. And so eventually their clothes wore out, and then eventually they just stopped wearing clothes, and that's part of it, because they just, like... How can one settle down and wear clothes when, you're constantly being bombarded with how can one settle down and, like make fabric and stuff like that when they're constantly being bombarded by cannibals? It's just, it became less a priority for them, you know? Skeletons needs 1,000 more years to invent helmets. Skeletons probably used to have, like, an exoskeleton of some sorts, like some kind of, like, armor or casing outside of them. Like, I don't think they were built to have their parts all exposed and stuff the way it is, walking around damn near naked. I don't think that was the intention. They probably used to have some kind of coating or armor on them to... protect them from the elements, and then over, the thousands of years, they, I hope this assault's a big one. I got six crossbows, and I want to use them. Where they at? Where they at, you bastards? There they are. You see them? There's the racists. The UC racists over there. Well, the UCs that are currently acting on their racism. There's a lot of them, but, that's neither here nor there. Hell yeah, here they come. There's a good number of them, too. Goddamn. That is a good number of them. It's not the biggest army I've ever seen, but it is a good size force, to be honest with you. Not a bad size force. Look at them marching along. Oh yeah, they brought the whole clan with them. They brought the whole fucking clan with them. It's funny. Okay. Well, they're gonna get shot. They gonna get shot. Is there any lore on the prosthetics origin? Hivers can make new trash. Skeletons can make new stuff. Or are they original or just copies of the previous empire? I think that they were created by reverse engineering their own... Like, the skeletons created them by reverse engineering their own body parts. And the Hivers seem to have at least a level of intelligence that allows them to... create such a thing, but they're really rudimentary. The Hivers seem to be, engaging in some kind of technological advancement that isn't being seen before. Like, I talked about it on the last stream that I did, but I think that if Kenshi's going to go through, like, the future of Kenshi, the next phase of Kenshi is very likely a renaissance, and it's going to come, I think at the hands of the tech hunters, but the Hivers could also be the ones that run it, where new innovation and stuff is coming out, but Kenshi's headed towards a renaissance. They are. There's no way around it. They're headed towards a renaissance. Oh yeah, just start firing. Fire away. Fire away. Pick them off. Come on. Just start picking them off. Some of them are going to clip right through. Yeah, the bastards. Don't destroy my walls. No, leave my walls alone, you fuckers. No! Stop it! Leave my walls alone, you piece of shit. Did you see that? That's so fucked up. That's so fucked up. So messed up. They destroyed my wall. That's so fucked up. I hope it didn't take my turret. I hope when I repair my wall, my turret comes back, because that's really fucked up. Just bop them. Just start beating them down. Turn them to putty. No survivors. Not a single fuck was given about my wall. Literally. Literally. They broke through my wall. Absolute nonsense. Absolute nonsense. The wall. They decided to see it fall. Don Tony McChicken running too fast for his own good. Oh my god. Guys, what are we doing up here? Why is this happening? The mistake was them bringing this fight indoors, where all of my enforcers have an indoor bonus for their martial arts. They honestly really screwed up by taking this fight indoors. Yeah, this was not smart on their part, considering I have so many martial artists in my group. Not the best move. Don's martial arts is nearly 60 inside. They kind of doomed themselves when they did this. There he is. That's the guy. Beat his ass. Turn him to putty. Keep on kicking his ass. Yeah, they doomed themselves when they came into my building there. I really can't believe they just destroyed my fucking wall. That's so messed up, man. That's so messed up. Not okay. Not okay. Gotta fix that. We have the materials to fix it. That's not the problem. I just, like, what the shit, man. I think they broke my turret, too. They did. They broke my turret when they did that. You son of a bitch. That's so messed up. So messed up. Why'd they do that? Why did they do that? They were offended that your hydroponic plants live in a nicer house than them. Damn leaf roots eating up all the good dirt. They cleared out my food! You piece of shit. Now we gotta... They cleared out my food. And now I gotta go through here and search the bodies. Try and find my dust witches. Oh, I'm so mad. I am so mad. They've made me so mad. Can't even tell you how mad I am. And look at all these bodies. What am I supposed to do with these? Too many bodies. This is utterly ridiculous. I can't believe they took all my food. Did they take it, or did we eat it? I have spent the last 2 full rotations making food that, you know, upgrading my farms instead. They may not have actually taken the food. We may have just eaten it all. Actually, now that I think about it, we may have just eaten it all. I could be passing the blame off on them. Nope, they took my food. Fuckers. I knew it. I knew it. Taking things they shouldn't be taking. I knew it. I called it. I called it. Now I gotta sit here and search through the bodies to find all my fucking dust witches. I'm so mad, man. I am so mad. Oh, I don't want that. Oh my god, there's too many of them. There's too many. No, there's too many. There they are. You grubby... you grubby bastards. I can't believe they stole my dust witches. I need to improve the strength of my walls. Although I just realized that I can't upgrade my walls, so I'm gonna have to manually build, like, tear apart my entire wall and rebuild it, which is a little annoying to build, you know, rank 3 walls, but I'll do it if I have to. I can't believe they took all my food like that. They're worse than the bread weebs, honestly. They're worse than the bread weebs. At least the bread weebs come with their own food. They fucking gunned it right for my food. How did they know it was here? How did they know? How did they know? They had no way of knowing. I don't understand. Fine. Gotta search all of them. Yep, see, look at that. More dust witches. Oh, you rat bastards. This is the worst. The worst. Maybe I'm taking any of my bread, too? Oh my god, there's more! I've never been so frustrated in my life. Not once. Never before have I been so frustrated. They knew because there's a spy in your ranks. Who do you think the spy was? Who was it? I swear to God, I'll kick him out right now. I'll kick him out right now. Was it you? Is it because I haven't replaced your leg yet, Joey? Huh? It was Joey. I knew it. Joey, it's because they knew that I haven't replaced his... He's mad that I've been having him be a cripple for like a disturbingly long time. The two-time. He two-timed me. You guys remember when he shot... When he shot one of our guys? Shot him right in the face. Killed him instantly. Okay? There's no fucking way. There's no fucking way. He two-timed us once. He's mad. He got his leg chopped off. I told him that he had to live as a gimp for a while as punishment for, you know, for being the two-time. And this is how he fucking repays me with all that nonsense. I personally find that unacceptable. Unacceptable. Come outside. This is happening. Death by firing squad. Two-time, get out there. Crawl your happy ass out there. What are these? Oh, manhunters. Oh, yeah, look at that. Yeah, we're, two-time has two-timed us. Tony two-timer has now become Tony three-timer, literally. So here's what's gonna happen. He's gonna get firing squatted, because he's a rat bastard and he earned it. Tony, crawl your way out there. You're being held at gunpoint, sir. We have drama. We have drama. This is what give the people what they want, Dave. They want drama. Alright, you guys get over there. Vern doesn't have a crossbow anymore because, you know, his crossbow got fucking destroyed. Alright, so you guys here on the wall. Given the manhunters, don't do a double cross? No, because we've already shot the manhunters. No, it's too late. Too late. Tony two-time, you've two-timed us too many times. Goodbye. Guys, you need to actually hit your target. What are you doing? Guys, you're kind of undercutting the larger lesson here. Please shoot at the two-time. Guys. What the fuck are you shooting at? What are you shooting at? What is so important that you need to shoot over here? Goddamn fucking manhunters. Guys, we have more important things here. We're trying to do a lesson, okay? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, they're gonna fucking kill me. There we go. Okay, all of you. Put him down. This is what he gets. Are you kidding me? We're too busy shooting the manhunters? Guys. Why is no one following my simple orders? My god. We're supposed to be the mob! Jesus Christ, I gotta do everything myself. Don, go outside. Burn, you go outside, actually. Gotta do everything myself. Burn, put him down. We tried to do it the nice way via firing squad, but it didn't work that way. Alright. Jesus. Gotta do everything myself. I had to curve stomp him because our turrets refused to shoot. Honestly, if it wasn't for the fact that they're so goddamn useful, I'd put them all down. The audacity, not listening to my simple orders. R.I.P. Tony. R.I.P. Except not actually, and his name is Joey. Not actually, his name is Joey. Rat fucking bastard. That's what he gets. What he gets for being a fool who betrayed us. What he gets. He had the audacity to speak out against us, and as punishment, he was. Oh God! They shot Joey in the face. Who cares what his name was? Rest in peace. I knew thee well. Whatever your name was. Is he getting better? He's healing. You know what that means? That means we're gonna end up having to put him down again. That's fine. It's fine. Or somebody will come pick him up. You know, but I doubt it because most manhunters get absolutely blasted as soon as they walk through our walk into our gates, into our borders. I wonder why they're all shooting up here. Really weird. Like the cannibals do. Exactly. Exactly. I like how we just keep shooting over here. We just keep shooting over there. Manhunter. He's gonna get blasted. He's gonna get turned to a pincushion. Rumblejohn and Shrike, you just got knocked off the wall because why wouldn't you? Alright. The UC in my game is hacking limbs off prisoners like the cannibals do. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, how else? I mean, how else do you... Listen, I don't know of a better deterrent to repeat offenses than removing the tools of the offender. Okay? How are you supposed to be a thief again if you ain't got no fucking arms? How are you supposed to run away from the law again if you ain't got no fucking legs? They might be onto something. They might be onto something. All I'm saying is they might be onto something. Upgrade these. XL, and then boom, we got a handful of new... Handful of new... He should eventually... Yeah, he's slowly getting worse, so he'll bleed out eventually. Damn Joey. What he gets. He kept his damn mouth shut. That he sold us out to these mooks. And now my entire... This is where we make food, and now the place smells like fucking flies and piss, because all of them voided themselves. You know it. You heard it here, folks. Here Knows Head is an advocate of amputating criminals. I didn't say I was an advocate. I'm just... You know, I'm just saying, and do you see it makes... Whatever. Run with it. It's fine. Run with it. Run with it. All I'm saying is that because of these criminals here, the place where I'm supposed to be growing and making food now reeks of piss, fear, and flies. And I'm not okay with it. And I am, quite frankly, not okay with it. How are we doing on wheat straw? We're doing on bread production. Are we making bread? What's the deal with that? Wheat straw. Okay. Who's supposed to be running this show? Who's supposed to be running this wheat straw? What are you doing? What are you doing, Clamps? You're not doing shit. You ain't doing a fucking thing. Like this place, it's out of water. What are you gonna do about that? Nothing. Good day. I need water. I also need I need to make more mines. Not mines, wells. The downside of being where we're at is our water situation is very bad. It makes sense. Like, again, I built this base with the intention of it not being like a super ideal location. I built it because the mob would build in a place where it was easily defendable. You know, it's a place that they can defend, that's hidden, all of that stuff. So it wasn't meant to be the greatest spot. It was meant to be a realistic spot. But that doesn't make it any less difficult to utilize. build 3 more wells, and we're going to need more power as a result of that. So I'm going to have to build another wind generator somewhere, probably right up here. Power, 5 blades. Straighten this up. Furnace, that way the thing is not stupid. And we should be good. Solid. Solid. All right, so everyone's just sitting around now. Why are we all just sitting around? Power usage. Can we get over here? We should be able to get over here, right? Don, try to get over here. Get up here. Yeah, you can get right up there. Good. Good, good, good. Iron plates, copper. It's good. I need to mine some copper for a minute. Have you two do. Oh, you guys go mine some copper for a minute. All right, that's it for me. Have a good night, folks, and don't forget to like the video. You have a good night, Logic. I appreciate you popping in as always. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Your continued support is always, always appreciated. All right, we're gonna have you guys mine some copper. Oh, there's only one person that mines. All right, well, then Burns mining, because Don doesn't do manual labor. Good, good. Got a shit ton of cacti. Shit ton of cacti in our giant farm here. We'll probably end up having more eventually, but... Alright, and then wheat straw, straw flour production, wheat straw. Yeah, I mean, it's going. We just need more water is what it is. I think we're just running low on water. We're not producing enough. But hopefully these 3 more mines will help with that. So, because our water production is really bad. We're only doing like a 10% water efficiency in terms of production. So, in order to even make water at the same pace that one of these wells would at 100%, I would need to make like 10 of them. So, and we have to feed all of these farms, all of these hydroponic stations. We also have to use the water during the bread making process. Like, it's a whole thing. We need to make consistent water. Consistent wawa. Dropping dust switches off like crazy. And once we get one of these things loaded up, we're gonna start making trips over to Stout to sell our hard-earned foobs. Nope, you guys need to stop that shit. No healing. Healing is unacceptable. Attack all. No recoveries, no comas, none of that. None of that. None of that. 40 likes on the stream, guys. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I've noticed that like 40, 50 likes on the stream is the sweet spot when things really start to, things are like really picking up. So that's cool. That's cool. That is cool. Not bad for a Wednesday stream, for sure. God, you guys just keep getting up. I don't know how many limbs I have to blast off. How many of you guys I have to beat down before you get the hint. We don't want you here. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. I believe I can end up automating these grain silos, too. I think that's something I can end up doing. Don, I need you to come grab this copper from here. So you can go and build more power, because we need more power. We need a better consistency of power. The wind here is good, thankfully. We operate pretty much at peak efficiency all the time. Solid wind here. But, you know, still need to make sure we're good on that. So, you know what we're going to do? We don't actually have the stuff to like, do it yet. But what I am going to do, like, to actually, like, make it up and running, but what I am going to do is I'm going to build my hemp processor. And I believe I can put together at least one of them. because we're going to be making hashish inside of here. This is where we're going to be making our hashish. We're going to start getting this place outfitted and ready for when we do start making hashish. And we're also going to have to make our storage in here as well. This building is going to basically be our lockdown building. This is where the magic happens. It's not like the UC's coming into our base anyway. We should be fine making the stuff in private. Or should I make it? Should I make it in here actually, behind that second wall? Maybe we should make it in here. What do you guys think? Do you think we should we make it in the more secure building back here that I was going to make Tony's like domicile, or should I do it in this side building here? The other building is more secure, but I had plans for it. But I suppose I could always make the hashish in the station house, and then I have Tony shack up in the tower. Maybe I'll do that. Okay. Never mind. I've talked myself into it. All right. So we're gonna have Tony running here then. We're gonna make hashish in here because then we have the double gate too. That double gate will be useful. Yeah, double gate will be useful. All right. So hashish it is. Hemp processor. All right. We're gonna line the walls with them. Sidewall. Here's what one there, one here, and we'll just go with that for now. And then I'm gonna have the hemp stations like just all through. This whole place is gonna be loaded up with hemp hydroponics. Yeah, but we're gonna start getting this place all settled up, and then I'm also gonna make storage for that stuff as well on the other side. So I need hemp storage for hemp. Ooh. Raw hemp. Tons of raw hemp storage. And then I'm also going to need storage for hashish. And this is going to be stored over here. We're just going to really pack it nice and tightly together. I wonder why it's doing that. Like there we go. Okay. Kept forcing me to move the boxes gradually more forward, which was that's fine now. And then is there anything else we're gonna need here? I don't think so. Oh no. Breaking Bad, I see. Oh yes, of course. Of course, that's what we do. That's the end goal. We're making food so we can make restaurants. And that's where we're gonna make some of our money, but we're also gonna be making money from drugs. On the drugs. Alright, so how are we doing with these? Farmlands are good. Alright, and they are producing, which is also very, very good. You guys are farming, which is very, very good. And, yeah, good. Good. Producing quickly, too, because I've got 3 of them on them, so 3 guys in there all harvesting at the same time means they harvest them faster so they can keep up with the rapid amount that we're producing. Because we are producing a lot. We are producing a lot. And now we should have a stable amount of water coming in as well. I am shocked that we don't have a surplus of straw flour, but I guess we're making bread as quickly as we're going through. But I don't think we have a surplus of... Well, we're starting to get an excess of bread. We're starting to. Good. It's good. It's good. Again, I don't imagine it's very sanitary to be cooking with all these corpses in here. Probably not not the most sanitary of works, but that's fine. If you have a dust witch, you need to put it away. Put it where it goes. And I might actually, you know what I'm going to do? How many chew sticks do we have left? We have a decent amount. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. Don is going to... Oh, shit. Hold on. I have to empty my inventory with crap. Oh, I have more hemp storage up here. That's funny. Forgot all about that. Forgot all about that. We call that flavoring. We call it flavoring. I need... This is not up to the Heisenberg standard. I know. I know. We should be ashamed. We bring great shame. We bring great shame. Delivering a less than quality product. Shameful display. Miscellaneous storage containers. Build this monster. Alright, so I need to put all of you in here. Fantastic. You in there too. Barker's head. Just get the crap out of my inventory that I'm not using. I'm going to go drop off my first delivery of food. You stout. I'm going to drop my first delivery, everybody. How do you sleep at night? Not well. Not well. Not often, either. Not often. I don't know if you guys know this, but not often. Look at my stream schedule, for God's sakes. When do you think I sleep? No, okay, so I'm going to run to Stout, and I'm going to drop off my first delivery of food. Historic moment. This is a momentous occasion, everybody. We're dropping off our first delivery to our restaurants. See how they sell. See how they sell. As we run. Run, children. Run, run. Fly, fly. Fly, fly. Out we go. Cool. I am curious to how quickly things will sell. It kind of varies. I know that it can be done. Like I know that like it'll happen, you know, over time as people go in. But all right, so this residence is public, so people are going in and out, which is good. Now we need to load up that shopping counter with stuff, namely food. So we're just going to load this place up with dust witches and see what it sells. Each one sells for $3.88. So we should be able to make at least a bit of money off of it. Let's see what happens. Eventually, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to decorate this place more thoroughly and make it look more lively like a bar and stuff. But we've delivered our first round of food, which is good. So now we can get the hell out of Dodge because that stuff will just sell naturally from being there. Just sell. Or actually, you know what we'll do? We'll hang out right here for a minute. Go inside. Go inside. Can't afford that. Guys, we're doing it. We're selling. It's happening. We made money. We made money, everybody. Someone bought 777 cats worth of food. We made money. Because they sell for $3.88, but people buy them for $7.77. We did it. We made money. Success! Although many people can't afford it, but that's okay. That's fine. Fine. We did it. We're making money. Economy! Sweet. This is a momentous occasion. We're officially selling food. We're officially selling food and we're making money. Good to see. It's good to see. And our cats are just going to gradually go up. What a momentous occasion. Phenomenal. Phenomenal. And then you got Don here who's moving at the speed of fucking sound. That guy's about to break the sound barrier. Although I suppose the desert's a good place to do it. If you're going to break the sound barrier, the desert is not a bad place to do it. Oh my god, more of these fucking animals. They're just getting up and starting shit. We've already made 4 more dust switches in that time too. Oof, production's happening. And as our guys get better at the production too, they'll be more efficient at it. They'll be faster at it, more efficient, all of that stuff. Oh my god, this is great. This is lovely. What a great time. What a great time this is. Although him working in the dark is probably not helping. I need to light this place up. Lights. Large torch post. I'll light this place up. For peak efficiency. Same thing over here. Oh yeah, you know, it just occurred to me that I've not put down torches here yet. This is unacceptable behavior. What am I doing? Silly me. I haven't placed a single fucking torch yet. That's unacceptable. How is the base supposed to be aesthetics? Think of the aesthetics. Think of all the aesthetics that I'm missing out on. The vibes. I'm failing every vibe check. Every one. Unforgivable. Unforgivable behavior. That's what that shit is. Need to throw some of these in the farm too. Keep these areas lit up so they can work at peak efficiency. Good. Good and good. Place lit up. Light this place up like a fucking Christmas tree. Yeah. Yeah. That's the way we like it. Well, we can actually cook at peak speed now that we're not cooking in the dark. Nice. A solid number of dust which is made. It looks like the goal is to get it so that way by the time they finished harvesting like the last area, the first one's ready to be harvested again. That's the ideal scenario, is that they never stop harvesting. They're just constantly harvesting. That's all they're doing. On repeat, over and over again, we have an endless supply of cacti. And I think we've finally reached that point, which is really good. Is really, really good. There's only so much we can do with the wheat straw because we have to run it through hydroponics, but we are still producing at a good speed, which is what we want. That is obviously what we want. So, we're getting there. We're getting there. I think we are going to have to send someone there, like, to the restaurant to hang out. I think I'll send Burn. I think I'm going to send Burn there just to passively be there so that way people will go in and buy and sell stuff. Because I don't have to worry about him, like, starving or anything, and I'll just put him on block, hold, and passive, so even if he gets attacked, he'll just be on defense and everyone should leave him alone. And we don't have to worry about him starving or anything like that, so that should let us consistently make money, because we need someone there. I'm pretty sure we need somebody there to make money, so his job's going to be to hang out there. The job was going to go to Sadneil, but Sadneil died. Sadneil died, which was very sad. Very sad. But Beep's delicacies are Beep's Delights is finally open and ready for business. We're finally ready. Finally making money. Beep's Delights Dust Witches. That's what it was. This restaurant was put together in honor of our fallen comrade Beep, who was unfortunately eaten in the Fog Islands and then bludgeoned by the UC later on when he came back in the form of Zeep. Burn's gonna hang out here. This is what he does now. Still have dust witches. That's cool. Burn, you're just gonna work out. This is what you do. You just work out now. You just lift now. Do you even lift, bro? Yes, you do. That's what Burn does. He lifts. And in doing so, he allows people to come in and buy dust witches. Good. Good. Good time. That to the side, yeah. Solid stuff. Hell yeah. All right, so Burn's just going to be here just lifting. This is just all he does now. He just lifts. He's going to get strong as hell. That's what he does. And I'm okay with it. I'm totally fine with it. Back to the Don. Don's over here. Things are moving. I should probably put a torch down here as well, just to help out, because pretty sure they're just perpetually cooking in the dark now. Honestly, that's probably been slowing us down for quite some time. My stupid ass just didn't realize it. You really built a front for your drug business. I love it. Yeah, dude, that was the point. I needed a place to launder the money that we're going to be making from our hashish operation. I can't build a laundromat, so I figured building a restaurant was the next best thing. I could make a functional restaurant that makes money, and then on the back end, we're going to be selling drugs. That way we look like functional and cooperative members of society. That's important. That's an important thing to do. So, and this is just the first base that we're building. Building a restaurant. And we're going to build them in Stout. We're going to build one in Henge. We're going to build one in Heft. I mean, we're going to build one. They're going to be everywhere. We're franchising. We're franchising. We're franchising. Don Tony McChicken is a reputable businessman. Okay, he's a very reputable businessman, and we needed to make sure that he was covered in the eyes of the law. All right, he's not going to go down like one of those other guys. You know, he's not going to pull an Al Capone and just get absolutely wrecked by the IRS. You locked in here? What is the deal? Why are you being stupid? Come on, down, get down. He's stuck? What the fuck is the issue? What is the problem? Cosmic, get up here. Oh my god, he's stuck. Why is he stuck? Okay, Ruka, you okay, and then he runs out. I'm so confused. Good to know, I guess. Odd. Very odd. Very odd. Okay, well, there's that. You're doing robotics. Good. As you should be. As you should be. As you should be. Yeah, so now that the food is flowing, now that we're getting, people are in there buying and whatnot. Oh, yeah, dude, we're killing it. We're killing it. Gotta kill these remaining UC thugs. We don't have no time for that. Yeah, now that we're actually like buying and selling and doing all of that stuff, we're in great shape. We're honestly in great shape. Cool. That is an enslaved dead sand ninja. Well, now it's just a dead sand ninja. Oh my god, dude, we've already loaded up on even more. Oh my lord, this is great. This is great. We're making money. We're making money. I am going to have to get better runners right now. Like, Tony McChicken's doing all the running right now because he's the fastest, but I'm going to have to get some... I'm going to end up making some people that have... what is it? The scout legs in addition. Look, Tony McChicken has the scout legs, but he's Don. He can't be running the product himself. It doesn't make any sense. So eventually I'm going to have to make a group of runners that this is all they do. They just run back and forth delivering product. It's going to require a bit of micromanaging, but it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it in the long run. Don does it right now because he runs at fucking 41 miles an hour. The guy's an absolute monster. Look at him. This is normal speed. He's still moving this quick. Like, his normal speed is what's, like, I feel like a lot of characters' 3 times speed is. And then his 3 times speed is just astronomical. It's ludicrous speed. Ludicrous speed. Get in here. And we're going to drop off even more dust witches. Yes, what we love to see. Drop off all them dusties. All them sandwiches. We are, however, going to take that one bad sandwich because that one's been partially eaten. Don got hungry on the way. Fine. It's understandable. It's understandable. And I think we're going to take a little bit of time. We're going to decorate the inside of this place a little bit. I think that's probably what I'm going to finish off the evening with. But we're going to do a little bit of decoration in here. Got to get these round bar tables. Okay, give people a place to sit, place to do stuff. Yeah. I need to rotate these. One right there, one right there. We'll throw one right here, one right here, one right here. Fantastic. Stools. Stools. Do I have chairs, actually? Chairs! Love it. Couple of chairs. Yeah, we're gonna make this place look nice. This is a classy establishment. Okay, it's a classy place. Pretty soon we're going to build... Once we get enough funds, we're going to build another restaurant in the capital. Where the nobles will come and buy stuff. Now my headcanon is Tony McChicken opens up Swamp Lapter Hermanos after tragically losing his partner Beep in a ludicrous business venture. That's what it is. That's what it was. Beep did get eaten in a business venture. The venture was we were trying to get Beep's legs removed, and unfortunately we removed a bit more than his legs. It was a sad time. It was a sad time, but you know it happened. And you know he that was his origin story. That was his origin story. Beep died. It hurt him deeply, and now he turned to a life of crime, a life of crime, but also a life of business. He's using his brains, using what the good Lord Stobe gave him. He's going to create a drug empire. All these things. I'm going to need so many building materials, my lord. And I'm going to do it, too. I have a ton of them back at the base, but I'm debating if I should grab the ones from the base or if I should just go buy them in town. Probably just buy them in town. That we get some mood lighting in here because the lighting in this place sucks. We'll do large torch posts because that's the best lighting. We all know it. Plus, it gives it a good ambiance, a little bit of mood lighting. You know what I'm saying? A little bit of mood lighting. We'll throw them in the corners here. Throw one back here in the corner. Good. It's good. Good time. It's a good time. We're all having a good time. We're all having a good time. Perfect. All right. We're just going to go buy them in town. Now that we're making cash, it's fine. I'll make that money back up real quick. Okay? I'm an entrepreneur now. We're entrepreneurs now. Entrepreneurs. Onion Pinocchio. Building stuff. Build stuff. Build stuff. We're building stuff. Hell yeah. It's happening. My God, it's happening. Lighting in here sorted out. Do I have any building materials? Jesus, how many do these things take? 2? Oh. Nice layout. Seems familiar. Maybe. Maybe. I'm going to be honest. I just placed down random tables and chairs. So if it seems familiar, it is not by design. It's by the opposite of design. It is by the opposite of design. What blueprints do we have in here? Show me your blueprints. Signage? We need signage. Market styles? No. Basic furniture? Yes. What we need. Okay. Broken stuff? Nope. UC banders. Random furniture. We need that too. We need all that shit. We need all that shit. Perfect. Perfect. Oh, we already have that one. It's fine. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. You know what that means? That means I can start laying down partitions too. Start separating out areas of the inside. That's what I want to see. Just reminds me of the Krusty Krab. Krusty Krab pizza is the pizza for you and me. All right, cool. So we can start laying down partitions. Means I can separate the back rooms from the not back rooms. Yeah, so we gotta separate that shit off. It's no one's business what's going on back there. And we're also gonna separate this area off because I plan on storing food that maybe if we fill out the counter, maybe storing more food in the back. I think that one's fine. And then we'll actually drop some food storage. Where you at? 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 Barrel table, animal cage, oh, storage. I'm dumb. Ignore me. Ignore me. All right, so we'll put some more food back here as well. Food storage and whatnot. Nice. We're in business. We're popping. Things are happening. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm making so much money. It's a slow process, but it is a process. I mean, look at that. We're making cat. We just made like 10,000 cats. We just made like 10,000 cats. So yeah, I knew once we started throwing dust switches in there, things would be rolling. We'd start rolling. I knew it would happen. I could feel it. I could feel it in my bones. I could feel it deep in my bones. Cool. Hella cool. Hella cool. I would prefer if you guys did not come up inside my base, up on the roof and stuff. This is the back room, guys. What the fuck are you doing? The fuck are you doing? Fine. It's fine, I guess. It's fine. So good. So good. Making cash. Making cash. Making cats. Cash and cats. Cash and cats. Slave raid has arrived. Well, that's no fun at all. Don Tony McChicken must go back to save his people. Flee, Don. Run like the wind, brother. They sent up the bat signal, except it's just a giant fucking McChicken up in the sky. And Don ran back knowing that there was trouble. He knew in that moment that there was trouble, and he had to return. Look at that. Before they even finished their dialogue, Don was back. What the fuck are you guys doing? Aren't you supposed to be shooting? Yeah, there we go. I swear, sometimes my turret guards are dumb. Literally before they even managed to finish their starting dialogue, Don was back. He was back. He was so back. Where the fuck did you guys come from? Why are you guys out of the base? I don't even care. I don't even care. I don't even care. I'll knock this guy out because I can take him back for more money. Fade. Pick you up. And we gotta beat the ass of everyone else here. Frankie Three Fingers is dead. Say what? Oh my god, they shot him in the fucking head. Oh my god. He took a crossbow bolt to the back of the head. Well, damn. Well, damn. Dangerous stuff right there. That's dangerous stuff. He took a fucking crossbow bolt to the back of the head. Oh my god, they devastated him. Skeletons are controlling information, hiding their sins for hiding their Second Empire sins. I have no pity for them. I mean, they're hiding their First Empire sins, but Frankie was a hiver. Frankie was a hiver. He took a crossbow bolt to the back of the head. Oh god, he never even saw it coming. This is why I don't like using crossbows. I mean, they're not bad when my guys aren't out there, like, getting shot. You know, it's when they get shot that things go south. Once I upgrade them to harpoons later on, we probably will have less issues. Oh my god. Can't believe that just happened. What the fuck, man? I genuinely cannot believe that just happened. That's crazy. That's crazy. He just shot fucking Frankie. He just shot Frankie right in the back of the head. Shot him right in the back of the head. Blew his brains out. Blew his little brains out. Oh my god. Shit ain't right. It ain't right. He didn't deserve that. Didn't deserve it. What? I'm sorry. What the fuck? Oh no, there's more coming. Alright, Don, you gotta put him down. The plan was originally for you to, yeah, okay, hold on. We gotta... Hold on, we gotta... We gotta come out here and deal with this. Kenshi, where you at? Where you at, good buddy? Yeah, you need to get out here and you need to jump on this. Take as many as you can. Okay. Yeah, I didn't realize there was more. I was trying to deliver a bounty, but way too many. Pato, how you doing, buddy? We are officially economically viable. We have a shop. We're selling dust witches. We're making money. We're making money. Right now, we're under attack by slavers, but that's fine. I don't know if his body's still here. Pato, this is one of the most horrifying things I've seen happen. This was my guy, okay? This was Frankie Three Fingers. My own crossbow shot him in the back of the fucking head, Pato. Shot him in the back of his head. The poor fool didn't even see it coming. He took one to the brain. My own crossbows shot him in the back of the head. He was a good Christian hiver. His life, his memory lived with us. Rest in peace, Frankie. May God have mercy on your wretched soul. Rest in papes, my friend. Rest in papes. I didn't know thee well, but, I mean, you didn't deserve that. I didn't know you very well, but you didn't deserve that. Terrible. I'm sorry. Did you just do? You just picked up Don Tony McChicken? No. Unacceptable. Kenshi, go get him. Don Tony McChicken will accept no inferiors. He's with Akron now. It's wild. It is wild. Oh, man. Pedro, are you excited? Tomorrow's the day. Podcast. I'm hyped. I'm beyond hyped. Big hype. He joins Corvax, who was accidentally shot by a tech hunter. I was there for that. I was there for that. Excuse me. I was there for that. Poor Corvax. Rest in peace, friend. I also didn't know you very well, but, you know. I can't believe they fucking shot him. They shot him in the back of the head. They executed his ass. Look at him. That's crazy, man. They killed him. They killed him. Terrible. Terrible stuff. Alright, well, the slave raid appears to be done. Yeah, okay, we got a United Cities hero attack in 19 hours. You know what I am gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna reinvest some of these cats. I'm gonna reinvest some of these cats that we're making, because we're bringing in steady fucking cats now, steady capital. I think it's about time that I hire some bodyguards for the base. We have obviously guards that are here that are doing stuff. Actually, hold on, you eat your ass real fast, knock you the fuck out. Outstanding. I thought I was gonna lose that bounty. Turns out I'm not, because he was slow as hell. Move at the speed of sound. Even with his injuries and carrying this guy, he's still moving at 32 miles an hour. Usually moves at 41, but you know, that's that. Oh man, I'm excited to see what the turnout is for a day stream. I haven't done a day stream on this channel yet, so I am curious as to what the turnout's going to be. I am quite curious as to what the turnout's going to be. Boom, more money. Love more money. I'm going to drop off more food for the busyness. I want to absolutely load this thing out with dust witches. We're making, 700 a pop for every dust witch. Is tomorrow your day stream? Tomorrow, so I'm doing 2 streams tomorrow. I have my normal stream at 8:30 p.m. my time, Eastern Standard Time. But at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Pedastrophe and I are doing the first episode of our Kenshi podcast, Tengu's Vault. So that will be tomorrow at 2:30 in the afternoon. So, yeah, podcast drops tomorrow. Gonna be a good time. Gonna be a good time. I am excited. If you would like for the link, I think I actually still have it here. Hold on. I'll repost the link. Do I still have it in my thing? I don't. Hold on. Actually, you know what? 2 things. I need to do 2 things. Boot up the old Google. The old Google. Alright. YouTube. I need to do, while I am here, we're going to, I'm going to send you the link to that. Post a link to that in chat. And I'm also going to go a mod. Hato, you've been blued. God damn it. Link to copy now. There we go. Hold on, I'm posting in chat. There's the link to the actual channel. So the first episode of the stream is going to be hosted on my channel, and then every subsequent stream will be hosted on the actual Tengu's Vault podcast channel. But the pilot episode is going to be on my channel. So the first one tomorrow will be on mine, and then everything after that will be on Tengu's Vault. I think we're up to like 20 subs right now, Pedo. We got 9 more tonight while I was on stream. I brought it up earlier, and like 9 or 10 people sub to it. So we haven't even posted our first stream yet. We've already got like 20 something subs on there. Woo, look at that. Good stuff, my boy. Good stuff. What do you think is the best food in Kenshi would be? Oh shit, probably either the food cube or the meat wraps. To be honest, food cubes, meat wraps, or Gohan. One of those 3. Surprised Kenshi doesn't have a subterranean race. They would if they were able to put in caves, but Kenshi's camera system does not work well with caves. Something Chris has talked about before. The camera gets super wonky and messed up with caves, which is why they didn't include them in Kenshi 1. Hopefully in Unreal, I brought up, I speculated a couple, a while back that Kenshi 2 might have caves. That might be like one of the surprise features that they're talking about, but it'd be cool. It'd be cool. Yeah, you're blue screened now, my friend. You're blue now. Got that sweet blue name. He has all of the power. Only abuse it a little bit. Only abuse it a little bit. Oh man. Okay, we have. I'm gonna hire some people to defend the base. Help defend the base. We're kind of doing a good job defending it ourselves, but they're coming at us rapidly. So. Are there any mercenaries around here? Any mercenaries? Mercenaries. No, it doesn't look like it, which is kind of ass. Kind of ass. Oh, these fucking buffoons, slave hunters. Give me 10 seconds to give me a quick 10-second ban to flex your power. It's okay because I asked for it. He has the power. Do not tempt him. Assassin's Hood. Okay. It will take a bit more time, but it'll grow eventually. Yeah, that's the plan though. I mean, we'll get some subs on there and all that stuff. The hope is that we'll be able to get it up to 1,000 and monetize relatively quickly. I think between the two of us, we should be able to. I mean, I'm sitting at 13.4 to 13.5 somewhere in there, and you're sitting at I think you're just under 7 now. Is it just under 6 or just under 7? But I think between the two of us, we should be able to get it without an issue for sure. So I think we'll get there. We'll build up good. I think if we do it right, we can probably get up to 1,000 within a couple of months, and then we'll be able to monetize, and we'll start making money from the podcast, and then eventually we'll start getting sponsors, Pato, and then we'll sell out, and then everyone will turn on us, and we'll have our redemption arc, and then we'll do a whole episode of the podcast where we're trying to justify our bad decisions. Dude, it's the whole fucking thing. It's the whole package. Pretty soon we're going to be sitting on the pod telling everyone that we're sorry that they were offended. Instead of taking real responsibility, Pato. We're going to be living the dream. We're going to be living the dream, buddy. It's going to be great. It's going to be a good time. It's going to be a good time. I'm really annoyed that there is no mercenaries here for me to hire, though. That's actually kind of frustrating. Admittedly, it's a little frustrating. Drifters. Oh, maybe. No, it's all shinobi thieves and shit. I don't want shinobi thieves. I don't want these randos. I don't want randos. I don't care about randos. Damn. I'm already writing all my victim allegations, apology tour. Dude, I'm so ready for the apology tour. I'm so ready for the apology tour. I'm ready to start trying to gaslight the shit out of the audience and refusing to take responsibility for the things that I've done wrong. We're going to do what every podcaster does. We're going to do terrible things, and then we're going to tell the audience it was their fault for reacting poorly to the terrible things that we did. We've actually made so much money from selling dust witches already. I think we've made like 25,000, 30,000 cats. Pretty quick. Don't forget to start the apology with an ad for BetterHelp. Well, no, it's not about BetterHelp anymore. No one does BetterHelp. It's all about ZocDoc now. We've moved on from BetterHelp. It's ZocDoc. It's all about ZocDoc. Did you get the broken skeletons? You could use them as a defense force. I did. Here's most of them. This is most of them. They're all martial artists, and they are my defense force. Although I do need more repair kits to bring back there. However, I am admittedly... Here's the deal. Here's the deal, everybody. I'm so behind on scam sites. We could do a crypto pump and dump, Payto. Oh my god, that's what it is, Payto. We're gonna do Kenshi coin. Oh my god, it's so stupid. It's funny. It's so dumb. We're gonna do a crypto pump and dump called Cat Coin. They're cats. I can't wait for our first YouTube apology. That's what I'm saying. Crypto pump and dumps. Resist the urge to pump and dump. No, we would never. We would never. We're men of means. We have morals. My wife would be pissed. Personally, I hate skeletons, but they can die for me. Wow. Wow. Understandable. They're kind of monsters. I feel bad for them because the nature of their existence is honestly terrifying, but they are kind of pieces of shit. Look at us just raking in the fucking dough with our... Look at that shit. We're up. We've gone up like 30,000 cats just from selling foods, just from selling fucking sandwiches made out of cacti and bread. What in the Holy Phoenix? I mean, Holy Phoenix coin? Question mark. Good. No, but all jokes aside, guys, tune in for the podcast tomorrow. It's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. We're gonna. It's just gonna be two dudes doing dude stuff. Two dudes hanging around doing dude things, being guys doing dude stuff. Five cat footlongs. Shh. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, the skeleton hate. I mean, yeah. I like the skeletons, but I definitely understand hatred for them because they are kind of, again, their nature of their existence is sad, so I pity them, but that is not in any way justifiable. Like, that in no way justifies the absolute shit that they have done. Gotta heal up our boys. Gotta heal them up. Gotta heal them up. Tengu coin. Ah, it's so obvious, Payto. It was so obvious. You're a smarter man than me. It was so obvious. It was right there in my face the whole time. I had no idea. I had no idea. It was in my face the whole time. Buy now, get us rich. I mean, get rich. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Raid the coffers of Emperor Tengu. Buy Tengu coin. Invest all your money in Tengu coin. It's not a scam, I swear. Oh, man. It's UC and Traders Guild approved. It's backed by the UC. It's a surefire thing. It's a surefire thing. Who has the, I think it's the mule. The mule here has a backpack. Yeah, he's got a backpack. Now that you mention it, I love the idea of the that the behemoths were screaming so loud the entire continent heard it. It makes the skeleton more rebellion so much more believable. Yeah, yeah, I mean that's just a theory. But I think I think it really lends to the drama about the situation, like why the skeletons rebelled. It makes it more believable that the skeletons heard that, and it was like that act really broke through the control that the First Empire has on them because of, they were probably linked to a mainframe, as I've talked before, the large network. Broke through, and that moment they became sentient, and they realized, like, no, we're done. Like, this is it. We're done. They weren't for the Empire anymore. They were done, man. They were done. Asada's bathwater. Now that we could sell that too. It's actually just like Pato's foot bath, but the foot bath water. But we'll tell everyone it's Asada's bath water, because if we're gonna scam them, we might as well scam them hard, right? Oh man. That's so funny. Horrifying. It's horrifying. I would never. I would never. I did not hit her. I did not. I would never. How long until 3 hours until the United States attacks us again, because they're bastards. But I am becoming a sleepy boy. So I think I'm going to save it here. I think that's a good place to end up. We're making money, guys. We're making solid money. If we can keep that shop loaded up, we're going to go open up a couple of other shops now that we're making consistent fucking dust switches. And my community has been asking for bathwater and bathtub streams. Pato, we're gonna do a hot tub episode of Tengu's Vault. Nah, man. So it's been fun, guys. I'm beat though. I'm a sleepy boy, and my voice is going too. I've been talking too much today. Yeah. So I will see you guys tomorrow for Tengu's Vault, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time here on my channel. Pedro and I are going to waste, we're going to waste a good hour and a half, 2 hours of your guys' time. I hope you guys are ready for the topic hopping, because we do that a lot. But we do have a good plan for what we're doing. And we'll see you guys then. I hope to see a bunch of you guys there, and hope everyone enjoys. But as always, everybody, use your powers for good instead of evil. Make a difference in somebody's life. And buy Tengu coin. Seriously, it's important. It'll change your life. Have a good night, everybody.